Well. Did this work? Can anyone see me, hear me, or not? Um, count yourselves lucky if you can't. And there's an angry Oso. Hey, Oso, here I am. Sorry, I was delayed by doing my housewifely duties of putting more beers in the fridge. I think that's how that goes. So, can you see me or not? Because the comments are like delayed. So I'll just like, I have arrived. Can you hear me, Britain? Hello, by the way. It just takes a while. I think there's like a delay between starting the stream and actually showing up and things. That's why I always ask if you can hear me or see me, because otherwise I don't know. I mean, me not seeing myself is normal, but usually I hear myself. That is very, very comforting, Britain, that I can that you can hear me and see me. So welcome, Britain, and welcome also if you haven't left again. And there's Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you doing? And Joe, how you doing, Joe? A long time since we talked last. So how you doing? And how many open writing projects do you have right now? Or is that a question I should not ask you? Anyway, let's get the whole thing started, shall we? Cheers, everybody. This feels good. Hey, Oso, how you doing today? Yeah. So let's just like wait a bit and get this all started. Hey, Ori, how you doing? And yes, Britain, it is incredibly satisfying. It's why I usually go for these bottles and not the normal like bottle cap bottles, which may mean that I will be incredibly poor once the Fallout future arrives and I don't have any bottle caps. But since I'm already broke now, that won't be that much of a difference, will there? Yeah, I saw you, Joe. I saw you post on Twitter about the "I am the knife" or whatever, which is a really cool title. Although crime fiction with a knife on a desert planet, I don't know, sounds very Aaliyah style to me. Now that is a very good thing to do. Also, eating your roommate's candy. I usually just steal my roommate's cheese, which is probably a larger crime because cheese theft might be one of the things forbidden in the Geneva Conventions. At least I would definitely punish it that way. That is very depressing, Ori. I will have to think about what that means for my life. Aren't all knives made from sandworm teeth? I mean, also, since when do worms have teeth? I feel like Frank Herbert should have like done more biology lessons. Just just a thought. Well, I mean, to be fair, like the Wheel of Time autocorrection, I did make a something like 100 videos on Wheel of Time, so I suspect, yeah, it's like kind of sad that it's Wheel of Time, not Malazan, but apparently I will never be a Malazan authority, so I guess I have to live with that. Wormed and Dad. Yeah. So, how many of you have actually watched that new Dune movie, and what do you think about it? Because I'm not yet sure what I think about it. I think I might like parts of it more than I did in the first part, and then there's other stuff that I'm still annoyed about. But I think it's sort of the thing that like everyone loves it because it looks good, and and then I don't know, there's stuff in the way they shifted sort of like shifted blame for what's happening in a way that I found somewhat disturbing. I think that was sort of like my thoughts on like how they take away even more agency from Jessica compared to no, they don't. They blame Jessica for things this time around. That's kind of my problem. I mean, that's sort of like my issue that like in the original book, it's Paul that tells Jessica to go to the south. Is it the south or the north? Like, in the deep desert and tell everyone and kind of build his fan base. And this time around, it's she does it on her own, and he's like, no, I don't want to be the Lisan Al Gaib or whatever he wants to be in this situation, the Mahdi. And it's like, no, you made that choice. You decided to play at white saviors so you can live out your fucking revenge fantasy against your other fellow colonizer family. And now it's the woman that you didn't give agency to in the first book. Now she has that agency, so we can blame her. I don't know, man. Kind of fucked me up. Now the blue text thing is even weirder. I have no idea where that comes from. So I don't know. That's the thing that annoys me most about the second Dune part. I think like the way they sort of like built stuff for a Dune Messiah movie, I think was fairly well done. The way it kind of shifts to Shani's point of view and her walking into the desert at the end of the movie is I thought it was like well done. But yeah, I don't know. So I'm okay with it, but I don't think it's like the best new thing ever or whatever. And I didn't think that about the first one either, but I think it's a bit of like the same thing as like Lord of the Rings. It's like you see a well like designed with like science fiction or genre fiction movie with someone who's clearly had a vision of like what they like an overall vision of how they wanted to look, one their like movie to look, and everyone out here in genre fiction land goes like, "Wow, it's the best thing ever because it looks good." And obviously, with like a visual medium like film, that kind of makes sense. But film is more than just good looks, or I think it should be. And I think Villeneuve does somewhat focus too much on that, or maybe that's just like because he's really good at it and he just like enjoys playing around with visuals. See, that's the thing, Britain. I don't. I will never tell anyone to make rant videos. I think it's. I tend to have strong opinions, And but even I'm careful about it, right? Like it's one of the things I kind of spoke about in my 3 attempts to record a weekly navel gazing that all kind of failed because my camera died on me. It's like even with something like the last video that I put up, the one about potentially science fiction, clarity in science fiction and fantasy books at the moment. And I even there I recorded 2 different versions and also saw those 2 different ones. And hey, Bars and Books, Usman, right? Yeah. So to go back to what I was saying, even with that one, which was clearly me being very, very angry with especially Bookborn's take on the whole subject, I made 2 different versions of the video and I was very close to making a third video version of that video. Thankfully, I didn't do that because it wouldn't still not be out because obviously my phone camera died. But I tried to be careful about to make sure that I don't say anything personally offensive unless I really want to, fuck over people or just like have a problem with the person and everything they do and stand for, which is not the case with most of my more like thematic rants, right? And then I try to get it to make it positive in a way where I'm like, yeah, this is why you're wrong, and this is sort of like to make it a positive statement and not just like here you're wrong, which is sort of what I tried. I don't know if I succeed all the time. I don't even know if I succeeded with that like clarity video, but it's like, which is why I try to not make it about like, hey, they don't think we're stupid, but like why I framed it in terms of clarity or thematic clarity and try to explain or point out that. And I think that's at the heart of it is really is like just because you feel that this like thematic emphasis or whatever is a bit too much for you because you think you're already woke enough, or like woke being the wrong term here, like being already progressive enough basically. um there are people who really need that clarity right now, for whom that is exactly the escapism they need. There's a positive side to this, and I think that's sort of at the core of like how I try to frame even my rant videos, unless it's just something I fundamentally disagree with, like but like I try to give like a positive statement and not just a negative, like this is why you're wrong. There should also be like always a statement like this is what I think. This is what I think is right. Thanks, Ida. Yeah, I mean, I I like to rant. It's definitely something I do a lot. I think partly that is, of course, that I studied philosophy at university and like also like history at the university and in the humanities in academia, at least where I studied, having thematic discourse and taking apart arguments and looking for weak points and so forth is just like a very very natural thing. It's like even my professor, my supervisor in that one course where I'm doing my PhD, right? Like he would bring in his like essays or papers that he was submitting to books or whatever, and have his students tear them apart to figure out what is wrong with them. So I come from a background, or like I'm used to just being very critical and assuming that the people that I whose arguments I try to take apart understand that I'm not criticizing them as people, but criticizing their argument, because that's sort of like something I just grew up with. But I understand that it's it's a very specific climate or background that is very different from, say, the internet, for example. But it's like that's like the other part that I always want to do is like to try to to do more than just book hauls and to have like strong opinions, because you can always tell me I'm wrong and then we can have an argument, but like to do that we need to have strong arguments or like strong positions and hot takes to begin with, because otherwise we're all just patting each other on the back and going like, yeah, that was nice. And I don't know if that's it's not the style I prefer, I guess. Yeah, Breton, I think it's it's complicated with why people love old things. Partly it is because of nostalgia, definitely. And when you look at, say, partly it is because of, parroting stuff, but like, the difference between parroting and just, being socialized that way is a very thin line, is very much like your perspective, right? It's like, if, I grew up, my mother is a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Like the first Lord of the Rings books I read were her books that were in her bookshelf. That's so, am I saying Lord of the Rings is good because I'm parroting my mother's opinions? Or is it just because, there's a lot of like social baggage that kind of comes with that I was already somewhat positively disposed towards Lord of the Rings when I read it first because of that. And a lot of that kind of depends on framing, which is, I think, one of the things that I got so angry about with Bookborn and Stephen Arian's videos, when they go like, do they think we're stupid now? Because when you use the term stupid or stupidity, you're making your word choice makes sort of like shifts the discourse into something very different from what it originally is, because suddenly you're talking about intelligence, which is very different from, say, intellectualism, or say educational background, or a lot of other things. Suddenly you're talking about like intelligence, which is, for better or worse, tied to understandings of biology, thanks to a lot of people who get intelligence wrong. But you know what I mean? And I think it's important to look at that kind of word choice, which is something that I guess, writing scripts and rereading scripts, or doing like 5 versions of the same video, and having others look over them and watch over them, and then give me feedback, or give you feedback if you have like a script or whatever. That's kind of what you can do with that, to figure out like, what does a word imply and not just say on the page. Yeah, let's not talk about. I like Matt. I like his approach of being incredibly in your face, unprepared, enthusiastic about the stuff he loves, and angry about the stuff he doesn't love. And yes, he's wrong about Conan, but that's like a question of framing. Hey, Teddy, how are you doing? People tend, yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, Ida, some philosophy is incredibly offensive. That's fine. you know, when Nietzsche says like how to philosophize with a hammer, he's not. There's a reason behind that, and you're not supposed to read, say, Schopenhauer and not be offended. It would be weird if you weren't, I guess. Yeah, you'll have so much fun with Gene Wolfe, man. It's so fucking good. It's just, don't let anyone tell you that it's super difficult. It is. It has a lot of like references and meanings and so forth, but you could just like read it as a really weird fantasy adventure story. If you just like take it all in and don't try to look for symbolism and look for meaning, just like go like, wow, there's doing people fighting with really weird things, and there's all this other crazy shit, and then you can go back and reread it and see all the things that you only figure out at the end, and how they were like foreshadowed like in like the first chapter and stuff. It's one of those books where I think that our need as fantasy and science fiction readers, as genre fiction readers, sometimes to pretend that, or to kind of sort of soothe our ego by trying to make sure that people understand that we're reading real literature here, kind of turns into gatekeeping, because we're telling everyone how incredibly intellectual and how demanding and difficult the books are that we're reading. But at the end of the day, it's still guys running around with swords and hitting each other. Yeah, man. Schopenhauer is a number one misogynist, one of the top misogynists in German philosophy, and that's saying a lot. But to bring it back to the Conan thing, see, here's, I think, the problem with the Conan stories. I love Conan. I've read a lot of Conan as a teenager. I've reread it numerous times. And my perspective has shifted. Like as a 15, 16-year-old, Conan spoke to my incel soul in a lot of ways. And I think if you're reading it in that sort of like frame of mind, in that area when you're like an adolescent, slightly awkward guy, feeling that women really hate you, Conan with its like in your face power fantasy can be very attractive. But once you've grown a bit older and maybe, have a family, or, just have a less toxic attitude towards towards gender roles and a lot of stuff, Conan is tough to read in parts. And I think that's okay. But like when I read Conan, or when I go and read Clark Ashton Smith, whom I love, and read even Lovecraft, like I read them like I read historical texts. Like I don't read, you know what I mean? The context in that is more important because it says a lot about like the time and place it was written in. And that's the stuff that makes it interesting to me at this point. And Conan going through like ending up on another fucking island where there's a bunch of weird statues, freeing yet another scantily clad woman, fighting a bunch of monsters, and wandering off into the sunset only to start all over again in the next story. It's not that entertaining. I kind of know how these stories go, but there's interesting bits and pieces in there on that second layer. And I think that's sort of like a reading that a lot of historical fantasy kind of makes that kind of fantasy more interesting. And I think that's something that a lot of people on BookTube, but not only on BookTube, like don't take into account when they're reading older books. They expect them to read just like, contemporary fantasy, using the same like language, using the same stylistic choices, using the same kind of things. Like, that's just not how that works, because, so much has changed between, say, 1933 and 2023. that's like 90 years. A lot of things have changed since then. And so I think just because it's the same genre, sort of, on the surface at least, doesn't mean it's the same genre, because a lot of it has changed. And I think that's something that people like Matt kind of ignore, because of course he does go into his books blind, in a different way than me. And I think that's fair, and yet not fair, because I think it makes reviewing these books, or even reading these books, less rewarding. Well, Nietzsche said a lot of weird things. Yeah, but Nietzsche would have been great on Twitter. Just, Schopenhauer and Nietzsche both would have been incredibly cool on Twitter. It's like highly entertaining. I think it depends. There's some incredibly racist Conan stories out there. Like Shadows in Zamboula is atrocious. Also, hey Liam, yes, you are an arbiter of good fiction. I would very much agree with that. So I think it's different, because like with Howard also, like if you read a bunch of his non-sword and sorcery, like he has a bunch of like detective short stories and stuff like that, and they're incredibly racist. But unlike Lovecraft, who was mostly scared of black people, and mostly scared of race mixing, because he was that kind of eugenics asshole. um, Robert E. Howard is way more scared of mostly Chinese, like incredibly stereotypical Asian like racism is what you get with his like stories. There's always like it's the Fu Manchu Sax Rohmer style of anti-Asian racism, whereas with Lovecraft it's more the anti-black, anti-Caribbean kind of racism that is more in the forefront there. Just like Lovecraft is scared of like anything coming from the sea, whereas for Howard it's mostly giant snakes and giant apes, and for Clark Ashton Smith it's insects. Yeah, as Joe says, good luck running the factory, Liam. Um, yeah, I mean, also there's a lot. There's like a 3-volume collection of all the letters of Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard, and there's something to read. And I think Liam has read most of them. There's like weird shit going on there. There are a lot of people with weird ideas. I mean, yeah, that's just like the creatures they fear from the animal kingdom. I don't think, like from my memory of reading Clark Ashton Smith, there it is much harder to see to have like a distinctive like a racist sort of thing come through. Obviously his depictions of different ethnicities aren't up to contemporary standards, but there's very little in the way of there's no Shadows in Zambaula, and there's also no horror at Red Hook in there. He's less about that. Maybe it's because he has this like sort of like ironic distance, and most of the time the real enemy are his own heroes or characters being greedy, sort of like what you might call anti-heroes. He's much closer to Fritz Lieber in that regard. I think that makes it easier, I think. Liam, I should not comment on the fact that it hasn't burned down yet. Oh yeah, that's Veil of the Lost Women. That's another one of these really terribly racist Conan stories. There's others that are more nuanced. There's a Kull fragment where it's Kull and Brule the Spear Slayer, the Pictish prince, and another guy. I keep forgetting one of these like local Valusian prince or whatever, and they're sitting there and playing some sort of pseudo chess kind of thing. It's just like a fragment, and he goes off on this like sort of tangent and like how they're all from different, he used the term races because of course he does, different races and different culture backgrounds and all of those things, but all of them irrespective of skin color and whatever, they all have like the warrior spirit, and they're all the good men or whatever, which is, well, it's still not progressive by any means, but it shows that I think Howard being more like the existentialist does pay like put more emphasis on like individual choice in a lot of ways than say Lovecraft does. I think that's how I would read that, because obviously we're still talking about stuff written by by guys in the 1920s and 1930s. I think the other part that is sort of interesting, especially with those weird tales character writers like Lovecraft and Howard and Clark Ashton Smith up to a point as well. They're all autodidacts. and a lot of them have read a lot of them read very eclectically, all kinds of stuff all over the place, sometimes picking stuff they found interesting without having like any like previous prior knowledge or understanding of the field or whatever, and building their worldview from that kind of stuff, which is why you get your Nietzsche in Howard, and then you get like Howard talking about the Communist Manifesto and stuff like that. They're all over the place in a lot of ways. And that's certainly something that we see today as well, right? It's like, or we see it more because so much knowledge is accessible to us these days through the internet, without having like any real guardrails or guidance on like what to read in which order and how to build. We just like pick and choose in a lot of cases, and that you know can lead to really weird and skewed worldviews, that are sort of this weird mixed bag between, on the one hand, being incredibly progressive about some things and then being incredibly uninformed and regressive about something else. Because while I'm not, going to say everything in like an actual structured, formalized education system is great, sometimes there's reasons why you should read one thing before you read another thing and go through stuff in certain orders, and we don't necessarily have that. And yeah, it's sort of a weird place to be in, I think, in a lot of ways. That may also explain why stuff like Conan is very seductive, or very accessible to certain kinds of people that spend their time on the internet now. Because while Howard read all that weird stuff through, in the public library, he still had sort of like a very similar like background when it comes to ideas that a lot of like 4chan incels have at the same time, like a bit of Nietzscheanism, a bit of weird race science, so to speak, race science, you know what I mean? A bit of the casual misogyny, a bit of weird uh, criticism or dissatisfaction with the economic system. You have this weird hodgepodge of ideas, and yeah, there's parallels there, I think, and that makes stuff like Conan so interesting to young men today, mostly men that grow up with sort of like a similar approach to getting education. So you are right about that one. You're right there, Liam. But yeah, that's an interesting question why he didn't make it. But yeah, it's just like something I thought about is like this parallel between like a lot of self-education, which a lot of us do on the internet in all kinds of ways. And I guess I'm privileged because I spent time at university. I kind of know how to go about learning about a new subject, which is usually not just click on YouTube, put in that one term on YouTube and watch like 10 videos, but sort of start looking at encyclopedias, what a word, man. Look at those, sort of look at like what are the key texts in a specific field, move from there, like build up an overview over a subject structurally. And that's something that studying itself is a skill, or learning itself is a skill that you only gradually get throughout university. People like when I started studying at university, I didn't know shit about like how to study. It took me years to figure that one out. And I think that's something that sometimes gets lost when people just imbibe information without that kind of structure, or out without understanding on like how to sort of how to study or how to structure. Hey Daniel, how you doing? Howard's mom was big in Howard's world in just about every way possible, and all the others as well. But yeah, who talks about fascism and capitalism more than me, Britain? I'm interested. Might it sounds like someone I'd like to know. Yeah, and that's like another thing also, that like the term critical thinking has changed so much in like what people understand under the term critical thinking. Now people think critical thinking means criticizing everything, by like just distrusting everything, but that's not how critical thinking works. And then they compare that with like critical theory and go like, oh, it's all just Marxist unless I don't trust mainstream media. And it's like, I don't know how to fix that. But it's certainly like another thing that, part of what made me so mad about that like whole do they think we're stupid now kind of thing is like that you need texts that show both sides and have very complex depictions of just about every possible nuance of a take to build critical thinking, which is like, that's not how that works. No, Joe, that doesn't mean critical thinking. I think what you'll find is that is cultural Marxist thinking. See, that's interesting, Liam, because um, I do a lot of like stuff with history students, and we have this organization, International Students of History Association, and we have like this, or we organize these seminars where a bunch of students come together somewhere, drink a lot of alcohol, talk about some historical topic, and it's always a shit ton of fun. And I love it. I should definitely get out because I'm way too old to still do this, but and what's interesting is when you hang out with people from different parts of Europe, in this case, mostly Europe, because students don't necessarily have the money to just like fly across like an entire ocean to hang out with other students. And what's interesting is how different the same subject is taught in, say, Britain, like the UK and Belgium and Germany and Poland, or and then the Balkan countries. And then Italy. It's like how the same subject is taught in different academic sort of cultures, and some are incredibly big on just like just cramming dates and names and stuff. Whereas where I studied history in Germany, it's like you don't learn any like important dates or whatever. It's just like here's a lot of methodology. Here's like a lot of more methodology, and here's where you look up facts when you need them. And it's just like interesting to understand that there are these different approaches to what is seen as good education. You meet like people and go like, yeah, he's the best historian I know. He knows all these facts, and I'm like, okay. And then there are people who go like, oh, he's the best historian I know because he has read all these different theory books about how to do historiography, and to kind of bridge that that divide, I think, is important. And what lies at the core of that is that we see education, or being good at educations, we see that as another sort of like mark of distinction, and that means we don't question it too much. It's like it's more important to be good at this than to questions like, why do you want to be good at this and what does it mean to be good. It becomes like another competition, and I think that's obviously problematic in the long run, because it makes sort of like conversations between different schools, between different cultures, even more difficult. And I think the same kind of thing shows up in the way we talk about fantasy and science fiction as well, right? Um, yeah, I don't know, Joe. Like, I think critical theory is incredibly helpful, and I think everyone should read at least some Adorno in their life. You don't have to agree with those people. I think it's important to know that stuff, just like it is. I think if you study philosophy, it helps to read at least one Nietzsche book, even if you violently disagree with the guy. You should still, I don't know, stay clear of Husserl and Heidegger, but there's stuff you should read and think about because those are techniques you can then use for all kinds of stuff, and you need to figure out when to use a specific technique and when not to use that technique. And I think not teaching critical theory would be a mistake. Amuni, hey, I hope I did not mispronounce your name. Welcome. Um, See, that's the interesting part there, Joe. Like, there are situations where I get enjoyment out of being challenged by fiction, which is so, which is, I don't know, say, yeah, I just finished Terra Ignota, and I think it's a challenging series in a lot of ways. I mean, I already said I felt like this book, the series was specifically written for me, because like so many of the references I just got because I had to read a lot of that stuff for my PhD project, right? But it is a very challenging book, and now I'm reading Foucault's Pendulum by Umberto Eco, and that's another very challenging book in a lot of ways. They're not as challenging for me because of some combination of luck and privilege. I happen to have the right background knowledge to kind of float through parts of it in a way that other people might struggle with. But there's also situations where I just want to lie back and just like read another Discworld book just to be, to give my brain that warm, soft bath and just like have it float in something comfortable. And I think it's important to do both and to know when you want which one. I think that's sort of the problem, that we often kind of view one or the other as better. And it's like they're not better. The Malazan Book of the Fallen is not reading and liking the Malazan Book of the Fallen does not make you a better person than reading and liking Lord of the Rings or reading and liking Ted Williams and all kinds of other stuff. That's not the point. There's like, if one of them gives you joy, then go ahead. Unless it's something inherently racist or whatever, then yeah. If you enjoy that stuff, you should probably think about why you enjoy that. But that idea that that complexity makes you a better person, or that enjoying complexity or pretending to enjoy complexity makes you a better person, that's like full on Bourdieu kind of fucking distinction going on there, and you should probably not do that. Yeah, I would agree that reading Malazan made me a better person as well, because I it made me think a lot about myself. And yes, Chuck Tingle is fantastic. I love Chuck Tingle. So yeah, but I think it's important to understand that technically we can always enjoy a book and just have fun with it. We can always become a better person by reading a book, thinking about why we like the book and what it says about us and the world when we read that book. You can become a better person from reading R.A. Salvatore. I'm convinced of that. I think I think it's harder to become a better person from by reading Salvatore or Wheel of Time. if you don't already go in with a lot of sort of like self-reflection to begin with. But it is possible, because they just like reading Conan in different like at different ages made me probably a better person, because I was able to confront like the question like why I enjoyed this as a 15-year-old, and how that was maybe saying a lot of very bad things about my personal sort of views on gender and all kinds of stuff. Like it's always possible to do that. And every text, every piece of media has that potential. And I think, as I said before, there's this tendency for a lot of us to think that the more complex the text is, the smarter we are, and that makes us better people. And that is partly rooted in sort of well, also sexism in a lot of ways. Like if you read texts on fan studies and stuff like that about like the depiction of nerds, for example, and geeks in like the 80s all the way through the 90s, you have this whole idea that being an intellectual, being a nerd is sort of like emasculates you in a lot of ways. And there's all kinds of like terrible shit kind of tied to that. And being constantly seen as less masculine in under patriarchy, in a sexist system, makes these people, makes nerds, male nerds, often even more sexist on the one hand, and also builds up that pressure to sort of try to convince the rest of the world that being a nerd is actually very masculine, or at least should give you some form of status in society. Now, obviously, over the last 20, 25 years, with, levels of digitalization and everything, being a nerd has become something of higher status, but unfortunately we still carry a lot of that baggage with us from the 80s and so forth. This idea that we need to be smarter than everyone else, and that being smarter is in fact better, and also for whatever reason assuming that smart means reading thicker books with more complex words and whatnot in it. It's like that is still very, very toxic, and I think it will take a long time for the still very gendered world of fandom kind of to move out of that. I mean, I read a lot of like Phandom Studies stuff last year. It's all like in preparation for that Sanderson video that I still have to make for reasons and whatnot. But I think I learned a lot, because unlike a lot of like still like the little science fiction and fantasy studies stuff that you get, we're moving there with like academic studies of science fiction and fantasy as well. But like Phandom Studies has like right from the beginning looked very much at questions of gender, questions of class, and questions of race, especially in the way we interact with fiction. And I think that gave me like a lot of like new perspectives and made me think about these kind of things in a way that I didn't necessarily before. Because I grew up in a situation where I was obviously rarely challenged in anything. I'm a background of like fairly educated background, where like knowing more was accepted as being really important by like my entire family from the beginning. Then I never had to really question, like, say, my sexuality or anything of the sorts, because so like reading about these things and thinking about these kind of things in a critical way, Joe, and using stuff like critical theory to look at that kind of stuff gave me new perspectives. And I think that's something that is sort of that is important. Like when we talked about that whole idea of like what some people may think as like incredibly in your face depiction of, say, queerness and other stuff like that, that is in fact a form of escapism, and something that helps people to sort of gather strength and gather energy and recover from like just constantly being attacked in, say, the digital world in general. Is something I learned from hanging out in Discord servers and other spaces with a lot of like trans and queer people. And just understanding that stuff that I might find incredibly blunt just is like their favorite stuff because finally someone talks to them about their stuff in their own terms. And I'm like, yeah, in that case, maybe I should just like shut up and go like, well, I'm just not the main target audience, and it's great that there is some finally stuff for these people to, for other people to appreciate, because I can always go back and read Conan again if I want. And I think that level of like humility, just by just through talking to all kinds of people, is important. And reading stuff, reading entire books that are not necessarily written for you, and understanding that not every book is written for you, but it's still important to kind of see what kind of books are written for other people, is one of those things that took me a while to appreciate and understand. Yeah, that's an interesting question, Joe, with the webcam. I need to figure out how to do that. I just need to figure it out. It's a whole struggle, because I still haven't figured out why my phone is doing the thing it does, and it drives me nuts to not know. Like if I had just like smashed like the lens for whatever reason because I dropped the phone or something, and it was like a hardware thing, I'm like, yeah, I get it. It's broken. Can't fix it. It's good. But since it's clearly a software thing for whatever reason, and it's an iPhone and everything is just like locked in so tight, I have no way to figure out what is going on, and the not knowing makes it very difficult for me to move on to like something else. It's highly frustrating. But yeah, finding a way to just use the webcam would probably be a good way. That's like the other thing. Like I could probably just like use this Streamlabs thing, not Streamlabs, like StreamYard that I'm using right now to record. But if I want to record in 1080 pixels as resolution, I would have to buy their premium package, because otherwise it's only 720. So I need to find a different tool to record. And I'm pretty sure there's like just some kind of tool I can use on my computer to use it. But it means me figuring this shit out and me having the patience to figure it out, which is like a whole nother thing. Most people struggle with thinking, Ida. I struggle with thinking. It sucks. I'd rather not. I prefer not to, as certain clerks used to say. Look, I'm glad that a price of iron is here. People told me that you talk more about fascism and capitalism than me, which is either a sign that you are a far better person than me, or it was a challenge. I don't know what they meant by it, but I appreciate you. Yeah, I know this OBS. OBS is an absolute nightmare to use with a screen reader. I don't worry. I have it. I've tried to figure it out. Now we come to the general problem of being broke like me. Is that my laptop's screen is broken, which doesn't isn't like a big deal for me because I have a screen reader that talks to me. As long as my computer works, everything's fine. As soon as it stops working, I would have to find a friend with an actual screen that I can attach to it so we can actually use it, which means that sort of like figuring out how to set up OBS is quite the challenge for me right now. Unless I can convince a friend to help me figure this whole thing out by attaching like an external screen to my laptop so we can actually see what's going on there. It's like one of those things like I I really need new technology. I need a new computer at some point. I need probably need a new phone. It's like 5 years old at this point. I need. There's a lot of technology that I'm just like praying doesn't break while I still don't have enough money to buy any replacements, and it's yeah, it's certainly stressful. But yeah, that's why yes, I'm aware of OBS. I wish I knew how to use it. It's yeah, it's a thing. Thinking is hard, which is why Winnie the Pooh is my idol. I want to be like that bear. If you want to know why I make videos without a shirt and like a huge jar of honey, that's why. It's nothing to do with like toxic masculinity or wanting to make alcohol. It's just that I wanted to be closer to my spirit animal, which is a honey addicted bear. Let's see. No, okay. I don't think anyone has to start like a Kickstarter to make sure that I can get new gear. It's just like it's a general thing, and I'm working on it. It's just like this problem that if you ever have like a financial and mental health crisis at the same time, getting back out of that is incredibly difficult because every step kind of shows you like two more steps that you still have to take, and then you pay off something and you realize, oh, there's like two other things I didn't even know about yet, and it's an ongoing thing, and it's highly frustrating. But I'm definitely making some progress. I paid off two debts the last 2 weeks, and until I've done all of that, starting to spend money on gear feels like wrong. That is another point because pants, yeah, pants suck. Here's a thing about pants. So I need to buy new pants as well because they after a while they fall apart. It's a thing, and I realized like if you have like boxers, if you wear boxer shorts, and after a while they kind of show that like that kind of decline back to barbarism, because if you wear them long enough and they start kind of fraying in the groinal region, they kind of become loincloths again. And it shows that humanity is meant to fall back into barbarism, proving that that Robert E. Howard was right when he talked about barbarism being mankind's natural state. Now I've proven it through cheap made underwear, which I think is philosophy, I guess. Yeah, you might be right, Teddy, but like, yeah, that comfort zone thing is it's one of those like one of these problems that we how to phrase that. On the one hand, it's a comfort zone, but on the other hand, there is the question like, why do we so desperately need the comfort zone, right? It's because life sucks and we all have to struggle with all kinds of pressure. Like, obviously, you have a job. Most people don't have a job that pays so much money that they have a lot of, spare money and spare time at the same time. Like, life is incredibly stressful these days with, all the, the larger things like climate change, the rise of fascism, late capitalism in general just being there to beat us down all the time. You have all of that stuff. So we're constantly under stress, and we have enough material to keep us in our comfort zones, which is part of that ongoing system, right? So on the one hand, we have a lot of stuff, but on the other hand, we have an entire system built on keeping us in that comfort zone. It's like understanding that it's both work together, or like one is just one element of the larger system of oh, I don't want to call it a system of oppression, but it is sort of like that self-build cage we kind of made for us, which is, I guess, why we need to read more cyberpunk. Teddy, that is cruel. I'm pretty sure it's over 50 books if you take all the non-Drizzt books in there as well. And yes, yeah, Daniel, the rise of fascism is like a huge thing. It's like it's certainly something that I spend a lot of time thinking about, because I just like I watch what's going on in the US. To become a bit more political for a moment here, I watch what is going on in the US with the elections right now, and we have this weird thing, right? It's like I'm a German. I sit over here. Whatever you guys over in the US do election wise this year does affect everyone else as well. Like everyone in the world. None of us have any say in that. But for whatever reason, while everyone over here is fairly anti-American, it's a thing that Germans have always been, like this weird like thing on the one hand about everything is cool in America, but also we also really want to make fun of like how ridiculous the US is and stuff like that. And we're so engrossed by watching the spectacle of US politics that our own homegrown fascists becoming more powerful kind of slips under the radar, even though they're doing exactly the same kind of thing, using the same kind of methods that like reactionaries are using in the US or are using or have been using in the UK. We just kind of ignore it because we're so fascinated by staring across like the Atlantic to see that, and it's driving me mad. It's really making me angry. Yeah, of course, authoritarianism sucks. Authorities suck. Always question authorities, except mine, of course. Oh boy, that was an enthusiastic beer. Hey, John. Recommendations for science fiction books for beginners. Um, I don't know. It really like there's a lot of good. Okay, read whatever science fiction book just like draws you in from the cover artwork and the premise on the back cover. There are no books that are too difficult. If you like rocket ships, find something that has a cool rocket ship on the cover. If you want to see robots, read something with robots. It's the worst thing you can do is always to assume that there are books that can be too difficult for you. That is never the case. Now, is there stuff that I personally really enjoy and think is fun? Yeah. Do I think, for example, say The Expanse? I don't think it's the best science fiction ever written, but it is very engaging and it does a lot of things very well within contemporary science fiction. And well, there's also like a TV show that you can always switch to in case you want to see like a different presentation of something of the story as well. So that might be a good way to start, and then move forward. Read Alistair Reynolds. he does a lot of really cool standalone and serious science fictions. If you want to see something more angry and more, say, feminist angry, I don't know, try Cameron Hurley. She does really cool stuff, unique stuff in a lot of ways, which makes it easier to go there and read it without, having to understand any references to older stuff, I guess. So these are some of like the contemporary stuff. I know there's a lot of more stuff. Like when it comes to something very slow and more like literary fiction, read In Ascension by Martin McGuinness. It came out last year. It got on like the long list for the Booker Prize. It's wonderfully slow-paced character study of broken people becoming exceptional scientists and what happens with that. There are no wrong choices when it comes to science fiction, except for Orson Scott Card, because don't give that guy money. Yeah, you should read Wistful Ascending, Britain. It's a really good book. I had a lot of fun reading it. And I don't even like superheroes. And I mean, that's like the other thing, if we say with like the election stuff for a second, it's like, yes, voting sucks, and especially because you feel you have like no power. And I think that's even more pronounced in that two-party system that you have in the US, for example. But like, if the choice is between like a incredibly old guy who's doing what capitalism wants and a real fascist that just wants to burn down the entire system, go with the non-fascist, because fascists are never an option, no matter how bad anything else is. Don't go with the racist fascist. That's a no-go. And everyone has, I would say, the moral duty to make sure fascism doesn't happen. Speaking as someone who is German, don't do that. Hanu Rajaniemi is incredibly cool. Like the Quantum Thief, whatever, the Jean Le Flambeur trilogy is really cool. I don't know if I would call it like, I mean, it is science fiction, but it's also very like weird science fiction in that it does not really look at a lot of like technical stuff, but mostly focuses on like weird mathematical concepts. And his Summerland was a weird book. I'm really looking forward to his new one, though. Rajaniemi has a new book coming out in September called Darkover. Not Darkover, Darkome. Not Darkover. Darkover is Marion Zimmer Bradley. Called Darkome, and it's apparently about biotech and gene editing and stuff like that. And I'm very excited because, yeah, really good stuff. A Scanner Darkly is a brutal book, though. You might want to think about whether you get triggered by drug abuse and paranoia, because in that case, stay away from A Scanner Darkly. It's dark. Darker than that scanner. So I have to catch up with chat there. Yeah, that's a really good point there, Ori. Like a short story collection, like there's always these like best of science fiction of any year, and the best of global science fiction, usually edited by Lavi Tidar. Um, those are good starting points to just like see what's going on at the moment. For older ones, I don't know, just you can always just go through the list of like both Hugo Award winners and Nebula Award winners and Locus Award winners and nominees on the shortlist, and just ignore Orson Scott Card, and you'll probably be fine. Maybe also make a bit of a make your way around Dan Simmons and don't believe the hype that he's good, because he's not. Yeah, Snow Crash is of course a fun read. That's like a thing. Like now that I've read Terra Ignota, I have this weird urge to reread the Baroque Cycle by Neil Stevenson. But I probably shouldn't be get sidetracked because I have to read The Hunchback of Notre Dame until next week, which should be fun. Jeff Vandermeer is not bad at all. That's the point. It's like he's just like weird. God, this chat is weird. It just like jumped up for whatever reason because it follows the cursor of my screen reader, and now I have to go all the way back down. Seriously, there has to be a better way to make like chat log like chat accessible to a screen reader than this like weird like assuming that the cursor means you're scrolling kind of thing, but I have no idea how to do that. Maybe I really need to figure out how to use OBS. That would be professional and everything. Yeah, I think like A Fire Upon the Deep is sort of like the Vinci classic. I've heard good things about Rainbow's End, though, by Ori. All right, if you want like something easy to read and understand, then yes, The Expanse is a pretty accessible thing if you read, if you're used to other contemporary, like written right at this time or like fairly modern books. The Expanse is a very, very accessible series of science fiction novels, and entertaining, even though I think the ending is not as good as it could be. Britain, yes, The Yiddish Policeman's Union is a fantastic novel. I really, really enjoyed it. I've read it like 3 times now. I think it's really good. I highly recommend reading it, and I absolutely recommend reading both Gentlemen of the Road and The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay by Michael Chabon. I did really enjoy Moonglow as well, but that's like a more literary fiction thing and not as genre fiction-y. But Yiddish Policeman's Union, I think, is worth reading. That's my take. Project Hail Mary. I've not read Andy Weir at all because everyone loves it, especially people that I dislike, and I'm like, if this guy thinks it's a great book, I'm almost certain it's either bad or he has massively misunderstood it, and I'm not here to find out right now. Just saying. So maybe either the Martian or a Project Hail Mary are good books. I don't know. I will probably not find out anytime soon. But on the other hand, me not reading it is not depriving Andy Weir of like any money or reads beyond like, I don't know, $5 or whatever. And I think he's one of the few authors who can live with that, if that makes any sense. Well, I mean, if you're happy with what you're writing, that's really cool, Daniel. Like, writing is hard. I'm really bad at it. Well, if you already read so here's the thing. Have you read Fafford and Grey Mouser, Britain? Because if you have, then rereading Gentlemen of the Road will give you a lot of joy, because it's very clearly inspired and a bit of an homage to Fafford and Mouser. Look, I think it's fairly clear at this point which influential book people on YouTube I dislike as people, and whose takes on books are generally suspect, if not objectively wrong. So I will not name names at this point, Britain. But yeah, people that love Andy Weir and other stuff. Yeah, like Fafford and Grey Mouser is. I mean, not all Fafford and Grey Mouser stories are good. Well, with futuristic societies, I think you might want to read the culture novels by Ian M. Banks for a very specific, different kind of society, post scarcity society, to be precise. And I think that's worth reading. They're also well written. Some of them also have a lot of action, so you might have fun there. I mean, yeah, if you want to just like read generally like stuff that's set in the future, then I don't know. go wild, try stuff, and see what works. Because, as I said like earlier, I don't think you were there at that point. Like the whole issue that people telling you that this book is super complicated and you need to be an expert science fiction reader, that is usually bullshit. You may miss like a reference to an older science fiction work here or there, but a good book is a good book, even if you don't get most of the references. It usually should work in any case, and sometimes it's easier to just like go and read something without getting intimidated and or even having like preconceptions about like how science fiction should work or how fantasy should work. Sometimes it's better to just like go in and see what you can make of it. And I think yeah, that's the things like find what looks cool and go with it. And yeah, if Future Societies interest you, then the Culture series by Ian M. Banks is definitely like, I mean, they're classics by now. They're super varied between like actually slightly slapstick humor, very macabre stories on the one hand, and then you have like slower meditations about specific things, and they're all over the place, but they're certainly asking important questions on like how, say, a society where like money has been abandoned because we just like have everything we need. There's no scarcity. How would that work, and how would we as humans deal with that kind of stuff? That's I mean, that's an important question to ask, and Banks does usually ask so in a good way, even though Ori didn't like, and also didn't really like Use of Weapons, which is the third book. Hey, Matty Groves. Ida, no, you don't necessarily have to read them in publication order. They're all standalones, more or less. I think it's sort of similar with Discworld. You don't have to read them in publication order. If you read them in publication order, there might be like this additional effect of sort of seeing how an author builds out their universe, but you don't have to do that. So just like read whatever you have, I guess. I mean, I don't know which ones you have, but like a lot of people really love Player of Games, which is the second one. Um, there's one that I think might be not the best of starting points, and that is either Inversions or Accession. I always confuse those two because they're like next to each other, and the titles are so weirdly similar. And one of them is basically it reads like a fantasy story and not like a science fiction story, and it's very atypical for what Banks usually does. So that might be like, if that's the first one you try, um, it might just give you like the wrong impression of what the culture books are like, because it's just like, yeah, it's basically like a fantasy story. And I think it is Inversions, but I might be wrong. And someone can probably correct me on that one. It's still a great novel. I really enjoyed it, but I think it's not a good starting point because it might just give you a very different impression of what to expect. Um, so here's the thing. I really enjoy Use of Weapons. I'll say this: Use of Weapons, although I think it says that in like at the beginning of the novel, it has a weird structure in that it has like two series of chapters that run in opposite directions of time, sort of, and they cross over at some point. But I think it can be an interesting read. It's a very military science fiction book in that regard. It's a lot about military action and stuff like that. not exclusively, but like very much about military stuff. So if you don't like action and battle scenes that much, it may be off-putting. I don't know. Like Ori and also didn't like it during our sort of very slow because I'm a mess culture read along. I really enjoy it, but maybe I just have like a weird taste in books, which is very possible, very plausible. I think like Player of Games is a very popular opening point for the culture because it's very straightforward in its plot. Um, and while the main character is not like the most likable guy, he's still like sort of a likable guy and like a good sort of introduction to the whole universe because he kind of goes into a different place. In that regard, it's a bit of like a portal fantasy almost. He ends up in this different culture and you learn with him. It's very accessible compared to some of the other to the other culture novels. Um, well, I haven't read October yet. I don't know how good it is as a history of the Russian Revolution. I did appreciate his a specter haunting. I don't know what your opinion on that one is, Price of Iron. I mean, so I don't know how good October is. I think it's important to understand that there's all these differences between just reading Marx, for example, and being a communist and being a socialist and having all these. There's a lot of like nuance that kind of gets lost. I think it's important to understand when it comes to the Russian Revolution and the start of what turns into the Soviet Republic, Soviet Union, is to understand how incredibly um, like fucked up the situation in Russia was during large parts of the 19th century. How it was like in a lot of like developmental ways far behind the rest of Europe. How like it was, you know, an old school feudal state in a lot of ways with like actual like debt peonage and everything that comes with that. A lot of like really like there's reasons why that ended in a revolution. Like revolutions don't happen if everyone is sort of on the right track. And yeah, I think it's important to understand that stuff. And I don't know how much Mieville goes into like the I don't know 2 or 3 centuries of Russian history that are sort of essential to understand why the revolution happened in the way it did. What do you mean? Am I deep down a dwarf? Probably. Axes are better than swords. Kale, I have no idea what you mean by like your friend is a communist. Like, what kind of communist? What kind of socialist? So yeah, I think like October might be good, although I have heard people say it's not the best of depictions or like any of the sort. But I think like with Mieville, it's usually trying to make historical sort of context accessible to people who are not used to reading nonfiction books. So I don't know how good it is. I still have to read it. but there's only that much time I have to read stuff. So here's the thing, Britton, why I think dwarves are actually like really good. It's like I could either be a B movie Viking or a dwarf. But as dwarves, you get to be fat. As a Viking, you're supposed to be like all ripped and shit. Like I being a dwarf is easier. You can just like sit around and drink meat and beer and just be belligerent. So it sounds very tempting. Well, okay, Kale, Marx is not necessarily communist, and there's a difference between reading Marx and looking at like Marxist analysis of economics and so forth, and going out and starting revolutions to turn everything into whatever you think is communism. It's a large spectrum. So I'd be careful there, and I think beyond like your actual political positions in any regard, I think it's very helpful to read at least some Marx, because like Capital is a very, very good analysis of how capitalism works and why it doesn't. Like, whatever kind of consequences you take away from that is not in Capital. It's in other Marxist writings. You don't have to read those, but like reading reading Capital as one way of looking at like how capitalism works, I think is really helpful. I think that's like really helpful. At least volume 1 is a really good one. And I don't know, read it and then, I don't know, watch, say, David Harvey's lectures on Capital. He's got like, they're on YouTube, they're full on lectures. You can watch along. They're really good. David Harvey is an incredibly good author when it comes to current, like, Marxist analysis of city planning. He's technically a geographer by trade, and like on like how elements of capitalism and other structural elements kind of turn our cities into terrible places to live in, stuff like that. He's got a lot of stuff on that. It's well worth reading his stuff. His Neoliberalism: A Short History is a really good book if you want to understand like why neoliberalism is actually not that liberal, and a lot of other stuff is not as well. So it's really worthwhile reading that. Price of Iron. Where are you from, though? If you don't mind me asking. But that's kind of the point, right? Also, like Marx's analysis of capitalism is absolutely worth reading because it is very, very good. Well, yeah, Finland, great place. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. With the USSR coming there. I hesitate to ask you how you feel about your country joining NATO now, but yeah, but have you read the Communist Manifesto, or have you read China Mieville's book about the Communist Manifesto, which does have the full text of the Communist Manifesto as an appendix, as far as I know? And that's like the other part. Like the Communist Manifesto is not necessarily like a Marxist text. It's like Marx and Engels writing, well, basically a propaganda pamphlet for the Communist Party, in a way, and it's very much tied to the issues that workers of especially textile workers, but generally workers faced during the early 19th century, and it comes very much from that very specific situation where like you had even less workers' rights and work safety or anything of the sorts than you have now. And it's important to understand where that comes from. It's you know it's easy to misunderstand that if you kind of ignore the historical background. But when you read, say, Capital, Volume 1 is fairly readable compared to like Volume 2, which is a bit of a boring one. Volume 3 kind of gets better again. Volume 1, Capital Volume 1, does have like a lot of excerpts from like factory inspectors that looked at like work safety and interviewed people working in textile mills in England mostly. And it's like the stuff they talk about when they talk to like 12-year-old boys having to work like 14-hour shifts or 20-hour shifts and 30-hour shifts, and like how many people die in those mills because there's like no safeties, no rules whatsoever, and explaining how that is just like you know how a capitalist system goes if you don't give it any kind of rules. That stuff is important to understand. That stuff is important to know, because no, the market won't solve that on itself, because the market's goal is not to make people happy. The market's goal is to maximize profits. Those are not necessarily the same kind of goals, right? Yeah, maybe Britton, read Miebel's book on it, because it does sort of explain on like both the historical background, but also looks at like the stuff that is hasn't aged well, the stuff that has maybe aged well, the stuff that makes it so accessible and still sort of relevant. It's a good primer on it. So I recommend reading that one. It's a good one. But reading the Communist Manifesto does not explain Marxism, is my point. It's those are two different beasts. Apparently, he also narrates the audiobook himself. I have not checked that yet, though. But he did like a really good, like one or two really good interviews around that nonfiction book with Novara Media, who are a slightly suspect leftist YouTube channel. Slightly suspect in that I have some issues like with their funding and stuff, but like some really interesting conversation with Miebel, because he's like, also a very well-spoken and smart person. If your enemies are 1848's textile factory workers, Britain, oh boy, have I news for you. Those are not your enemies, trust me. Because unless you actually own the means of production for a large corporation or whatever, these are not your enemies. These are your guys. You're on their side, whether you want to be or not, because you're being fucked by the system right now, no matter your education level. And that's like the other part. Like, if you are, reading leftist theory these days, if you are consider yourself a leftist, a Marxist, or whatever, you are not building that up from the Communist Manifesto. It's a historical document, in the same way that Shadows in Zambaula is not the state of fantasy these days, even if I say I'm a sword and sorcery fan. Time has moved on. There have been 150 170 years of like Marxist thought ever since. And yeah. I don't know, go read David Harvey's Neoliberalism, a short history, a brief history. I think that's a good one to read. Read Nancy Fraser's Cannibal Capitalism. I think that's a good one to read as well, to see where things are now. Read some Moish Pastone while you're at it, for some really interesting stuff on both Marxism and structural anti-Semitism. It's worth reading as well. Yeah, Daniel's right there. You're not a capitalist if you don't have capital, and that's one of the biggest issues that, like, in the way that things have been phrased over the last 70, 80 years. This idea, there's that whole saying that Americans don't think of themselves as poor, but as temporarily inconvenienced millionaires. And I think that mindset is incredibly dangerous because it does sort of make it hard to sort of figure out what your real problems are and like where to go with this and why you can't go, Yeah, but Joe, I know you work there, but you're aware of the fact that the system is not necessarily going to make the world a better place, are you? I don't know, Kale. I don't think having enemies, like everyone has enemies, but a lot of that is not just like, and I think that's like the difficult one, which is why I usually say go read some cyberpunk. A lot of this stuff is systemic, and that's sort of like the thing that you can learn when you're reading Marx and when you're reading cyberpunk and a lot of other stuff. Is like we as humans, we as mostly humans in the West, from the UK outwards and so forth, through industrialism, industrial capitalism, we have built a system. And it doesn't even matter which people are in charge of any of this stuff. And yes, there are, ideas that like, ideas of techno-feudalism and how individuals gain more and more power over large swaths of the system. But like, when you look at like the finance sector, it doesn't matter who's the president of which bank, because you can take all these people out. That system will keep going, and that system, that overhauling like machine that we built, that's the enemy, because we're stuck in this, and there's very different, very few ways of getting out of that in like one go. It's to bring it back to something that I'm now reading, which is obviously a Foucault's Pendulum by Umberto Eco, which I love so far, and something that I'm going to reread very soon, which is the Illuminatus trilogy by Robert Shea and Robert Wilson, which kind of ties into that whole like anarchist things like, how do you break out of a system or a spectacle, to use Guy Debord's words here, right? It's like, how do you break out of that thing? Because it has become so all-encompassing that, yes, it is at its core, well, maybe not an enemy, but it's just it just doesn't care. It's the uncaring, you know, system that we're in, and humans get ground down no matter what you want to do because the system doesn't care about humans. It's like one of the reasons why I say cosmic horror is so scary and so frightening, even when you take out all the fucking racism that H.P. Lovecraft puts in, right? Even if you take all of that out, the idea that there is a universe that doesn't care about individual humans, that doesn't care about humanity as humans, because the goal has been taken out of that. Like a capitalist system, the way we've built it up, a global capitalist system, the way we've built it up, will create profits, even if the people who could potentially, take these profits, all these supposed stakeholders, right? Even if all of these people are dead, that system will keep churning on, because all the other things that should be important for life, human survival, global survival, maybe keeping the planet a livable place for at least some organisms, those are not part of the system that we built, whether we wanted to or not. And that's like the other part, right? Like a system is not necessarily what we tell the system to be. A system at the end of the day is what it does. And what it does is, grind everything down and turn it into profits for someone somewhere. And that someone doesn't have to be human. And that's something we need to understand. So yes, we all have enemies, or we have like one enemy, and it's an enemy we built ourselves. And that's sort of the dark thing that we need to understand. Churchill. Churchill also was a racist, and Churchill also was very much in favor of letting millions of people die of starvation and shit like that. Churchill is not someone I would quote. He was right about one thing, and that is that fighting Nazis is important. But beyond that, all right, Joe. See you around, man. Thanks for showing up. I always appreciate that. Here's a fascinating thing about Ayn Rand, though, Mitch, and hey, welcome. Here's an interesting thing about Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand got all. She grew up in St. Petersburg, right? And she got all her education, all the cultural stuff, like all that stuff she got because of the state financing theater, the state financing stuff. She did not grow up a you pull yourself up by the bootstraps kind of person. She grew up in Soviet Russia and then moved to the US, but she got all the culture stuff and all the education state funded under socialism or communism. Which is one of those things. It's Rantian libertarianism is something that you can believe in if you're either incredibly rich and don't have to care about other people, or you're 15 and don't have to care about other people because your parents are caring for you. And that's sort of like the fundamental issue that I have with a lot of this stuff. It's like, how can you be a capitalist in that level? How can you think about these ways? How can you be a libertarian and still call yourself human? Because at the end of the day, what makes us human is that we are able to care about other people, that we're able to work together, help other people, and move forward, and not go like, well, I got my shit figured out, fuck the rest. And that's at the core of it. That like incredibly inhuman, turning everything possible into a life or death struggle in competition. And that's a choice. That is not built in. It has never been built in, and it will never be built in. It's a choice. And why would you make that choice and still call yourself good? That's evil. That's like, that's morally wrong at its core. Yes, smash the spectacle. Exactly. Yeah, exactly what Price of Iron said. Churchill was personally responsible for genocide, which is a thing that very few people can say. Churchill, Hitler, Benjamin Netanyahu. There might be a couple more, but it's a short list. So maybe I guess he's part of the elite in a very specific way. Yeah, and that's like what Joe said, like that, like it pays really well, and that's like sort of the problem, right? That overarching system, that what we would call the spectacle, if you read like the situation is like the bore or whatever, right? While we're in that system, that makes it so hard to kind of get out of that. It's like you have a family, you have kids, you need to pay rent. It's like how can you break out of that system if you have all these responsibilities, which are real human responsibilities because lives depend on that shit. And that's what I meant when I said like it's an overarching system that keeps us all sort of imprisoned all the way up to the top, which is once again like why you should read cyberpunk books, especially stuff like by William Gibson, because it does kind of explain that, which I guess is part of the reason why someone like Frederick Jameson, who's a really good Marxist, well, not only Marxist but like general like literary critic and a lot of other things, calls Neuromancer the quintessential postmodern novel. And yeah, go read go read some Frederick Jameson if you have time. The Desire for Utopia is a really good book, and he talks a lot about like Ursula Le Guin and Philip K. Dick and other people, and it's a really good book when you want to read like a bunch of essays from a like big L literary critic and professor of literature, talking about science fiction and fantasy and why it's important. It's really good stuff. All right, guys. It's yeah, right. Yeah, she did take well for all the time. It's like hypocrisy is part of it. All right, so here's the question. It's almost 11. We've been doing this for 2 hours. Are we going for the third hour or not? Because if we are, I will leave you to entertain yourself for like 2 minutes while I take a climb up to the second floor to the bathroom. So I'll leave that up to you. I certainly have time. As far as I can tell, Jesus has not resurrected yet. So I guess we're good. But I don't want to, keep you against your will. It's not that kind of live stream, is it? We are, after all, not a re-education camp where you can't leave. Not yet. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, right. That makes sense that you're going to church now. All right. I'll stay. All right. I'll take that quick trip. If you're gone by then, Oki, have fun at church. It's important to do that. And I'll be back in like a minute and a half. All right. I did not destroy anything on my way out, I hope. Let's check. The internet cable is still there. All good. That's like one of the tricks. Like, why do you think I drink beer while I record videos, Ida? It's because otherwise I'm too shy to record videos. It's no, I'm aware of that fact. It's not the best way of doing things, but it's certainly what got me into making videos. I did not see your comment about helping people on Britain because the chat moved too fast. I'm sorry about that. I will say that might be interesting for you, Britain. It might be interesting for other people as well if they haven't read it yet. I assume some of you have. Try reading The Dawn of Everything by David Graeber and David Wengrow as sort of like a big picture human history kind of thing, looking at times in our history and societies where we managed to build societies that are not, based on property and keeping some people out of your property and, you know, working together instead of like having that eternal competition going on. It's a really good book, and it's always worth reading David Graeber in general. So, yeah, it also got recommended by Stephen Erickson, which is might be interesting for some people to know that. I don't know if anyone wants me to go for 24 hours. That would be bad. It's not, I have done things like that before, not on a live stream, but you don't want me to be around for 24 hours. I lose all self-restraint after like a couple of hours, and then things get weird. Well, that's like the thing what Daniel said, like helping each other. Like what you can do is always do like community action, organize soup kitchens, help each other in like a small thing. Like know your neighbors, figure out how to help your neighbors, do that kind of stuff. That stuff has been done before, and you can scale that up over time. But it's important to do that without if I'll just like move over to my more anarchist side of things, right? Right, like we can all do that in different ways, and reading Graeber, and especially like that Dawn of Everything does kind of point to how humans have always been able to do that and have always done that, and how that's like the dark side of it is especially with like industrial capitalism, when you start like in the like during the 1800s with like the whole enclosure stuff in the UK, well, in Britain, how that kind of makes humans, or forces humans to be less socially, less helpful, or interact less with each other, because you know it leads to alienation in a lot of ways, and that's systemic, and it's important to be aware of that. This form of alienation is systemic and hard to overcome, because everything we face every day kind of forces us to not overcome it in a lot of ways. Yep, anarcho-syndicalism is not the worst way of running things on like a small level. No, Britain, I don't think you're a greedy bastard or a religious nut. I think that it's important to look to like. Okay, so here's the thing: it's like I'm old, right? I'm like decades, no, not decades, but I'm over a decade older than you. And I spent a lot of time, over a decade, at university. I've studied history and philosophy mostly. I've read all over the place. I've talked to people from all over the globe at this point. And that kind of like broadening my perspective does sort of make things clearer, or shows things that I was not aware of like 10 years ago or 15 years ago either. So no, you're not. And I would never say that. I think it's important, like, and so that's sort of like where I'm at in a lot of ways. It's like, yes, I'm saying, I call this like the Marxist malcontent, because I like alliterations, and that's sort of like the thing. Um, I think calling yourself something, like finding labels for ourselves, it's very intuitive. We always do that. It's not necessarily helpful. I think most of the time, for a long time, what we are is just people trying to figure out how to survive and how to do things better. And that means reading and learning and talking to people from different backgrounds, figuring out how they live, realizing what kind of feels right, what kind of doesn't feel right, and sort of building up from there. And most of us, and that I think is like at the core, and it's sort of one of those things that are is easy to forget, when you're like me and you call everyone fascist and whatnot. Like, most people think of themselves as being the good guys. Like, we all want to be the good guys. We all think of ourselves as being the good guys, and well, not all of us, like most of us. And for most of us, when we're not the good guys, it's more a misunderstanding, or because we lack information and lack empathy, because we haven't met enough people from enough different backgrounds to see how, like, the thing we believe right now does in fact lead to a lot of harm somewhere. And that's certainly something that my wordry ain't perfect or anything. I've just had like a I've had a head start of like over a decade compared to you, Britain, when it comes to, talking to people and reading shit and learning shit. So my perspective is a different one. And I think talking about your political views is an important part there, like, because if you want to talk about your stuff and you want to debate it and you want to discuss it, that, at least for me, kind of implies that you're willing to learn and change your perspective. If you want to convince people that you are right, and you're already convinced yourself that you are completely right and nothing can change that, that's where things get more dangerous. But like, just like reading different perspectives, trying to figure out what feels right, and especially looking at like the living conditions of people and understanding why people are in these conditions. And that means talking to the people in those conditions, not talking to someone else explaining to you why the people in this country are worse off than somewhere else. I think that's the best way to just like move forward and figure shit out. And don't get defensive if people give you, contra when you voice your opinions. I know it's easier said than done. I also get defensive when people tell me I'm wrong. But in that situation, don't label yourself. Don't say things like, "Oh, people think I'm a religious nut." Like, if you're religious, if you believe in God, that's fine. If it works for you, I'm not a religious person because I don't feel that. But that's me. If you feel convinced in your faith, then yeah, go with that. Just think about, like, does that God you believe in, whatever that God might be, would that God want you to live in a world where other people suffer? Would that God condone suffering for any, you know, reason? Because that's sort of like when you need to figure out what's going on, right? It's like, those are different things, and don't take these labels and start to defend the labels. Defend your beliefs. Those are not the labels. And that's, I think, important. Sorry. Uh, Welcome to today's therapy session. Sorry, Britain. I didn't want to get too personal here. If I did, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, no one wants to be a leader, and those who want should not be leaders. That's unfortunately a truth there, Britain. Yeah, I'm glad you had a lot of fun while I was away for a second. And to be fair, I really appreciate the fact that we're having a very interesting conversation beyond just like fantasy and science fiction today. And I hope everyone is still enjoying themselves and not feeling like hurt or insulted too much. Because while I'm always in favor of having like fiery arguments, I would hate for anyone that comes to my stream to feel like not taken seriously or not um yeah, not welcome. I think that's important to say. So if that's the case, I'm really really sorry, and please find some way, if possible, find some way to tell us so we can take care of that, because or not be insulting or anything, because we don't want that. See, here's the thing, though, Britain. I don't know if leftism and socialism is that popular. I'm not in the US, so I don't know. I think it really depends on where you are, where you hang out, and also which kind of people you listen to. Because there's certainly people who will tell you that leftism is very popular. But if leftism was that popular, why do you guys currently have an election between Donald Trump, who's very much not a leftist, and Joe Biden, who's also not a leftist in a lot of ways? So, like, why is like I think leftism, a lot of leftist ideas are at their core intuitively popular, because leftism is at its core about like how to make the world a better place for everyone. That's the goal. And that is, that's very attractive. It's unfortunately not exactly something that you can actually, get in power with, but I don't think, like, from what I can tell from where I'm standing, that the US is not currently overwhelmed by by a wave of leftism. You're not going to turn into like a full-on anarcho-syndicalist state anytime soon. And I think to kind of bring it back to genre stuff, right? I think that's one of those things that we kind of struggle with, is that it's so easy to throw around labels, and it's very difficult to then do more than that. Like, I mean, you look at someone like Ursula Le Guin. Ursula Le Guin called herself an anarchist to the end of her life, and there are letters where J.R.R. Tolkien called himself an anarchist, and I'm pretty sure those two people were very different, had very different opinions of politics, to put it mildly. So I think we need to sort of learn when we're talking about art and stuff like that, while it is always political, because it always reflects the politics of an author in some way or other, whether they put it in like very deliberately and explicitly or more implicitly. We need to be careful that their like self-labeling might be different from our labeling, and whatever we do, we need to always then provide examples, provide reasons why we think this is leftist or whatever. So like it has these ideas, and labels don't help us if we want to have an argument, if we want to have a discussion. They may help us if we want to have an argument, a violent one. but that's a different goal. And at least, like, I personally prefer discussions to arguments in that regard, usually. Yeah, Ori's right about that one. There's a thing. There's another book you might want to read at some point, Britain. It's called The Reactionary Mind by Corey Robin. I highly recommend it because he does go through different reactionary philosophers, thinkers, so-called thinkers, and looks at like how these sort of construct an enemy, try to find an enemy, and turn what is, an argument about specific politics, specific policies, and so forth, into an all or nothing fight in a way that it wasn't necessarily in the beginning, and how that kind of builds what is considered conservative nowadays, even though it is not conservative, but, well, reactionary. And reactionary means that you need to react to something else. So you create that thing that you react against. It's a very readable book. It's not a hardcore. Robin's not like a full-on Marxist or anything of the sort. He's just like, professor of political science in like a New York University, I think. And I found it a very, very readable and accessible look at how, especially American politics, sort of like discourse in, well, Anglo-American politics, sort of talks about both. Well, talks about the left from a right or a reactionary perspective. So I highly recommend that one. It also has an incredibly interesting and fun chapter about Ayn Rand that is really good. Just saying that it's highly entertaining, and yeah, I highly recommend just like checking that out at some point. As I like, it's not like not Marxist theory or anything like hardcore political, leftist stuff in any way. It's more like analyzing right wing and reactionary and conservative argument structures, what kind of groups they select as the political enemy at what time and for what reasons, and looking at that, it's really good, is my point. So I don't know, maybe if you have time, check that one out just to see, to have like a sort of perspective on parts of like American and generally like Anglo-American political discourse. As I said, it's not in any way like hardcore leftist by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, yeah. I will not disagree with you there, Britain. It's just like the idea of libertarianism, just beyond anything else, is just sort of like only works if you have enough privilege to sort of live, like have a working life outside of any other human beings. Because as soon as you have to interact with other people, that hardcore libertarianism just doesn't work, because humans are at core a social species. We interact with each other, we take care of each other, we work together. And I think that's sort of like the thing that is so difficult for me to understand about like why people would choose an libertarianism once they're no longer teenagers, or so rich that they don't have to think about it. the fact that you frame everything in like terms of eternal competition in sort of means that you automatically either dehumanize everyone else, and if you don't end up on top, you kind of also like there's a lot of self-hatred built into libertarian if you consider yourself a libertarian while not succeeding at that eternal like ultra Darwinist kind of competition kind of thing. It's not a very healthy approach to life, is my point. Hey, Alicia, welcome. That's like the first time you're in like show up at my live streams, or at least the first time you say something in chat. Welcome. We're having a conversation on the values or a lack thereof of libertarianism and stuff, but I'm trying to kind of turn it back into conversations about fantasy and science fiction. Because while this says Marxist malcontent, it also should sometimes be about books. That is very true, Ida. It's also very sad. So to bring that back, have you guys ever read the Greg Mandel trilogy by Peter F. Hamilton? Science fiction is political, so yeah, Britain. Tomorrow's isn't tomorrow like what's his name Matt's Sunday pub. I might be coming to that one, but I also have to celebrate the resurrection of our Lord and Savior JC, or whatever his name is. Go read him by Jeff Ryman, by the way. No, to bring it back though, have you guys ever read the Greg Mandel trilogy by Peter F. Hamilton, who's a science fiction writer who's very much in favor of private ownership and capitalism? Because the background, it's like one of the things that like made me realize what a fucking tool Mike from Mike's Book Reviews is. Was me complaining about the world building of that series. So because the background for that series, and there's other stuff like his Commonwealth series is pretty entertaining. Don't get me wrong. I've read a bunch of Peter Hamilton. It's not all bad. It's just like even more blatantly libertarian pro-billionaire activists than your average Neil Stephenson novel, or at least not as deftly handled as a Neil Stephenson novel, except for the last one, which was also very in your face. I'm getting sidetracked. My point is, Greg Mandel is set in this like post-communist Britain. It's also like a post-climate change Britain, where it's like way too warm and everything in Britain. And for whatever reason, the communist government of Britain is sort of implicitly blamed for climate change, which is a choice, and then suddenly everything got better because of like these capitalists who kind of pirate like true rebels swamped like the communist planned economy with their cheap market free market goods, and took over the country, and now everything is better again, and Britain is slowly recovering from the communist devastation. It's ridiculously bad world building. When I said that on Mike's Discord, he said that he will never agree with a communist like me. And then I realized that, yeah, there's no talking to some people because they're just like stupid. And I rarely use that word, but some people are willfully ignorant. Let's put it that way, willfully ignorant. Anyway, like, don't read those books. I mean, they're pretty fun sci-fi crime, like detective novels, but that world building is just like so wrong in your face. Like, why would socialism in the UK lead to climate change? Like, can you please explain this to me? Well, look. Also, winds of winter are cancelled because of climate change. They will not no longer happen. It's like happen. It's like winds of mild autumn, maybe. I will start the Brandon Sanderson videos fairly soon. I have read almost all the background stuff I wanted to read on Mormonism. I just need to figure out how to make videos again now that my camera is, fucked up and stuff. And maybe I'll figure out how to do it with my webcam and OBS. And then we can get started. And then we'll start with, well, an introduction into like Mormonism and how it impacts fiction writing. So everyone knows what like the main like beliefs and cultural aspects of Mormonism are, because I think they're important too of the way Brandon Sanderson writes novels. And then we'll talk about Elantris and guilt and healing and miracles and stuff. And then we'll talk about Mistborn and the idea that one group of people, dare I say a race, is for whatever reason biologically inferior to another race. And then we'll talk about Warbreaker, and I have no idea what that book is about. And then we'll talk about more Mistborn, I guess. And then we'll talk about the Cosmere, and I have no idea what that is about. And then we'll talk about how Brandon Sanderson's way of publishing books through Kickstarters and how his approach to social media creates an audience that is incredibly toxic because it exploits the same kind of people that are always exploited financially by fandom. When fandom moved from a self-organized thing by marginalized groups towards something that can be exploited by capital, which is when we get to do the thing that I've been working on for over a year, which is called the the parasocial nightmare of Brandon Sanderson's culture industry. And it's going to be good. And it's going to involve me quoting Guy Debord and Adorno and other things. And I've read like 2,000 pages of psychology and Phandom Studies and philosophy to make it as watertight as possible. What would I want in fucking Brandon Sanderson's Brandon Sanderson mansion? I mean, although to be fair, like here's the thing with Sanderson, I feel like I could have a really fun conversation with Sanderson about fantasy and science fiction books in general, like the genre. He seems to be genuinely excited about the genre. And I give him that. I just think his approach to a lot of things is fundamentally flawed. But I will never doubt his like what's the word? I want to say conviction, but I mean something else. Dedication. His dedication to the genre. I think he's very sincere about his love for the genre, and I will never take that away from him. And I would definitely have a conversation with him over a herbal infusion, I guess. Or apparently Coke Zero is fine, according to like one of the weird portraits on like Esquire. The market will save us from global warming. Yeah, I've heard about that one. You know, Price, you know how many economists you need to change a light bulb, right? It's like you need zero, because if the market needs for a new light, it'll work for it. Hey Jeffrey, how you doing? Welcome to our conversation on why Brandon Sanderson is a nice guy and still wrong. Also, me not explaining why I think Mike from Mike's Book Reviews is a terrible person. Alicia, yes. So, what made me interested in different religions is a good question. So, here's the thing. I was baptized Catholic, but I was, my family's not very religious, and I I'm very interested in religion because I have a lot of friends from different religions who are religious and are believers, and I've never been that, and I've always tried to figure out what makes people believe in, any form of God, whatever religion, what makes people believe, and I think it's just like something that has stuck with me, um, because it's something I don't have. It's like it's a lack that I try to understand. It's a thing that is missing in a way because I believe that faith is an intuitive kind of thing. It's a gut thing, gut really, heart, gut, whatever you want to call it. It's like it's an intuitive thing. It's not a rational thing. You can't decide to believe in God. It's something you have to feel. The burning in the bosom, as the Mormons say, for example. You feel it or you don't. I don't feel it, but I'm fascinated by the fact that other people feel it. It's something I can't have, and that's like part of it. And then I studied medieval philosophy and medieval history and early modern philosophy, and a lot of that stuff is church history and theology related stuff, and a lot of that stuff is metaphysics in philosophy. So I've just like spent a lot of time reading way too much stuff about different theological arguments, and I like it because I think that's like another part that I appreciate about it is the sincerity. I'm a very sincere person. Or I try to be. I obviously, mask a lot of stuff by, dumb jokes and sarcasm and whatnot. But I very much appreciate sincerity and what religion, or like not religion, but like what faith means. Faith means sincerity. Faith means like giving yourself to an idea and like taking that to go all Kierkegaard on you, taking that leap of faith and trusting in something else. And that's something like I have a lot of issues with, but I also have like a lot of respect for. And people that can, when it comes to like the more philosophical side of things, are people that can argue with all sincerity about like the weirdest nuances of theological details. I have a lot of respect for that, and I just like appreciate that because of the sincerity, I think. Yes, Ida, I will. I will start reading Wars of Light and Shadow very soon because finally we got the first book, Curse of the Mistwraith, as an audiobook in April. in April, and I hope the rest will follow. And I'm very excited about that one. It just, will take a while for me to get to that. I just need to figure out, other stuff on the way. As I said, I have to read Hunchback of Notre Dame because I talked myself into something there because I'm going to like a student conference for like history students, and I wanted to talk about post-imperial Arthurian literature because I might know a bit about that. But I got pushed into a different panel, and now I have to talk about what's the term? Memorials, something memorials in the eyes of the contemporaries, and I didn't know anything, so I made up something out of something half remembered from like a Lindsay Ellis video, and go like, hey, I'm going to talk about like how actually the Hunchback of Notre Dame by Victor Hugo is in fact sort of responsible for people actually caring about that church, and looking at like how art and literature frames architecture and turns buildings into something that is culturally remembered, and how that framing is important, and to look at just how sort of like the novel to the sort of led to the reconstruction or restoration in the like 19th century, and how that then led to the Disney movie that kind of made that church a landmark in Paris, which is not exactly a town without other pretty impressive churches, right? um and how that kind of leads how that kind of framing becomes something interesting, like how we need to look at when we talk about like buildings and architecture, and how that is sort of like seen as significant nowadays, and how much of that is actually just because it's like a huge building, and how much of that is because it shows up in all kinds of cultural products all over the centuries, and that kind of cement that cultural significance in a way. And that's something I want to look at. But since I fly to Belgrade on the 9th of April, I have like, well, I guess 10 days to read the book and come up with like a full on argument, which, yeah, will happen, I'm sure. But first, I've got to read and finally read Foucault's Pendulum, which is such a fantastic book so far. It makes me feel smart, which is something I like. It doesn't happen too often. It's my point, but like, yeah, exactly, Alicia. It's like no one's really like religious in my family. I just like got baptized in their like first communion, and then I kind of dropped out of that. I respect people who take that shit seriously. Yeah, right. Like, people that go like faith will heal you is like the weirdest shit ever. I was just like walking like me in like out there like wearing like a denim jacket with like a huge back patch from a metal band, like all kinds of pins and buttons and shit like on it, like, and this random person just walks up to me and is like, hey, I see you're blind, would you have you ever thought about like how prayer and faith could heal you? And I'm like, what am I supposed to say about that one? It's it's very awkward is what I'm saying, and it makes it very difficult for me to not be just like insulting to people, because I try to not do that. um I'm not an expert on Disney movies. I haven't watched many of them, except of course for the Winnie the Pooh movie, which has one of the most psychedelic things I've ever seen, being the Heffalump and Woozle part, which is just like whoever came up with the idea of the Heffalump stealing the honey and having like the honey drip off the trunk of the Heffalump, which looks sort of like elephantine, and playing harp on the different like strings of honey dripping down from the trunk of that Heffalump. That, yeah, I want that. Is my point. It's like I would like to have the same, please. Look, Britain, I have read Dickens before. I will read Dickens again. I have to talk about one specific cathedral. And it turns out Dickens did not write about Notre Dame Cathedral. It's very simple. This is a very specific thing. I have to make up a presentation. I have to make up a paper in the next 10 days. I can't go and read books that I want to read. Except, of course, for Foucault's Pendulum, which, makes me feel smart. See, Daniel, I haven't read the Cosmia that far, so I don't know. But that's one of the things I learned when I was reading all this Mormon history and stuff. And I read the Book of Mormon, and I read the Pearl of Great Price, and the Commands and Covenants. Is it called that on? Something in Covenants. The list of revelations by Joseph Smith, and the history, when you look at a fairly almost like syndicalist communist kind of start of the Mormon Church, and how it changes over time, and when it kind of makes that switch and that sort of alliance with individualist hyper-capitalism, sort of that happens during the 1930s. It's not necessarily built in before then. And to look at how church practice and church dogma within the Mormon Church kind of differentiates, differs over time, and tries, and how that kind of sometimes gets close and sometimes gets further apart, and you have that stuff built up, I think, is a very interesting approach. And that's something that's one of the lenses I want to bring to that whole Cosmia read, is to see how that sort of impacts stuff, in the way that on the one hand you believe the things that are in sort of the official dogma and text, and on the other hand, because the Mormon Church, the LDS Church, not the fundamentalist church, isn't around that, how the LDS Church is still very hierarchically structured, much closer to a Catholic church than two different Protestant churches in that regard, and how the fact that the structure that is built up on, how you the next prophet is always the oldest member of the Council of 12, how that leads to very specific people sort of staying in power and having the power to guide the church in a similar way that the Catholic Church is usually guided by popes who are elected by their fellow cardinals and so forth. How that leads over time to the LDS Church being a more political tool than they were originally imagined as. And I think it's an interesting interesting sort of story to read. It's very interesting to see how it kind of switches, and how there's two or three people that are sort of to blame for a contemporary Mormon Church still being incredibly homophobic, incredibly conservative in a lot of ways. And that's basically J. Reuben Clark in the 1930s, and then you have David O. McKay being the president, while J. Reuben Clark and others under him sort of moving the church further to the right. You have Ezra Taft Benson, who was a fucking member of the John Birch Society, for fuck's sake. And you have these kind of people sort of pushing the Mormon Church to the right, and you have they also the Relief Society. The Mormon Relief Society is the Women's Relief Society, I guess, and is the women's organization within the Mormon Church, and it used to be incredibly powerful and had a lot of independent power, and got sort of integrated into the larger Mormon Church during the 50s, 60s, and then you have the then president of the Women's Relief Society getting convinced by Phyllis Schlafly, of all people, to sort of join her fight against the Equal Rights Amendment, which is what actually flips Utah when it comes to agreeing to the Equal Rights Amendment. And that kind of sort of like pushes, that's like the 60s, mostly the 60s to early 80s is what pushes the Mormon Church, the LDS Church, from a somewhat conservative, sometimes slightly progressive sort of organization that kind of flips them to the far right, to the far Christian right, and builds that alliance with the far Christian right. But they're still sort of tied into, and there's obviously, a lot of issues with that, and a lot of issues with like how that will develop in the future. But it's just like interesting to see how that is sort of historically tied into where they're coming from and where they're going. And I think it's interesting to see how that impacts people that come from that background and then start writing fantasy, for example, because it's always the double thing that I don't want to call it double think because that's a bad term there, but like the tension between the official sort of like church dogma being the prophecies by mostly Joseph Smith, plus a few other prophecies added later, plus the Book of Mormon and the Pearl of Great Price. And you have all of that stuff. And then you have like current church leadership's opinions being treated as de facto dogma, even if they're not official revelations, because of its hierarchical structure, and because that specific church hierarchy was sort of like flipped to the Christian right, conservative right in the 60s and 70s. There's always that like internal tension in there, because a lot of like the early revelations are far more egalitarian than anything that's in there right now. And I can imagine people that are confronted by a large variety of people, like someone like Brandon Sanderson being a globally popular science fiction and fantasy author, having to struggle with kind of bring these kind of things together. And yeah, something interesting I'm definitely going to look at. Um, Look, I've read both the Old and the New Testament, and I've read Flavius Josephus, and yes, yeah, Jesus probably existed. I would still recommend read Him by Jeff Ryman. It's a really good book. Um, I like parts of what is what Christians would call the Old Testament. I think the Book of Job is a really, really interesting text. Go read that one. There's other stuff in there that's interesting. I recently talked about it. Um, Jewish Italian historian Arnaldo Momigliano, who is, used one of the more important, if not the most important, Italian historian of the 20th century, besides Carlo Ginzburg, but since he lives mostly in the US, Anyway, point is, talks about like how parts of what Christians would call the Old Testament is sort of historiography, and how that kind of explains a specific mindset about like how to write history. I think all of that stuff makes those books very important to read and very valuable to read. Not all of them are entertaining, but neither is fucking Thucydides. It's not a fun book. Oh, and by Britain. Sorry, probably gone by now. I don't think Jesus cured blindness in the Gospels. I think so. There's an instance of divine cure of blindness in the Bible, but in that case, it's an archangel who does it. And you want to know what the name of that archangel is? It's Raphael, which I might find somewhat ironic. Just say it. But I think, yeah, Jesus did it as well, because of course he did. Yes, they were political when they waged war against the Union, in a different way, though. All right, Teddy. So here's the short version. As I said, like once I figured out the new camera setup or whatever, there will be a full like Mormonism for fantasy readers video. um, so here's the thing: Mormonism starts in the 1820s, 30s in upstate New York, which is what some people call the burnt over district, which is at the time an area where a lot of different religious splinter groups started. There's a lot of like religious enthusiasm going on. It's where spiritism starts, and you have all the whole like conjuring spirits and all that stuff going on. There's a lot of like different religion things going on, and that's where it starts. And it does have sort of some elements of what you might call evangelical Christianity in there. There's different elements of Protestantism in there, and it kind of sees itself as a form of Protestantism. Now, what Mormonism kind of tries to solve, from where I'm standing right now, 3 beers in, 3.5 beers in, um, and not having looked at my Mormon literature for like 3-4 weeks, is Mormonism tries to find a balance between the things that make Catholicism accessible and understandable to common people and the stuff that makes Protestantism accessible to normal, but like everyday people without theological background, and tries to find what you might call common sense answers for the stuff that either Protestantism or Catholicism try to solve through incredibly elaborate theological arguments, and goes with like more common sense answers for both. But it starts out as a very American common sense version of Christianity, sort of ignoring all the logical inconsistencies that both your Calvinist or Lutheran Protestantism and, on the other hand, your Catholicism have. And just like coming up with like, well, at the end of the day, just inventing fan fiction to smooth over these inconsistencies and contradictions. And that's kind of where it starts. And then it builds that fiction around that through the Book of Mormon, which kind of talks about like how Jesus Christ, after his resurrection, shows up in America and talks to the Levites and the Nephites and so forth, who are the people, the Nephites and the Lehites, gods, all these names, the people that are supposedly part of the people of Israel and that moved to America during before the Babylonian captivity. And so Jesus comes there and talks to everyone, and that's how they kind of tie it back to Christianity. There's a lot of inconsistencies there, and a lot of it's like you can cynically read it just as Bible fan fiction. I would say there's more to it than just fan fiction, but it does sort of like fill in a lot of ways fulfill the same function that fan fiction does, in that it tries to take something like take stories and make them more relevant and more accessible to a specific audience, if that makes sense. Yeah, Ori. Bilias. Best god ever. Well, oh god. Well, I said like I think Mormonism as a topic of study is really interesting because it gives you like a very specific perspective on a lot of like 19th and 20th century American history. But yeah, I do recommend. There's like two books by what's his name, Benjamin Park. Benjamin Park writes like a more like micro history thing about Nauvoo, which is like the city the Mormons have in Illinois before and it ends with like Joseph Smith getting killed in the most American way ever, which is being shot while jumping out of a prison window. It's it's the most American death ever, in my opinion, or like the most white American death ever. Let me put it that way. Oh yeah, the last 160, but that was like included in the lore, right? That it was like part of the prophecy and shit. Like like it's all weird. It's all weird, but like I said, like the Benjamin Park wrote this. He's former LDS, I think. He might still be LDS. I'm not quite sure. Um, he like the Nauvoo micro history about like that 1 year of that Mormon city in Illinois, and which is sort of like the point when like the whole like plural wives like polygamy kind of thing comes into being, and it's a super interesting time, and he kind of looks at all the archives and writes like a micro with that. And then he wrote a sort of like full history of of Mormonism, and I just can't remember the name right now. I would have to look it up, and I'm afraid that if I do that, it will probably break my browser, and then the stream will crash and shit. But like, um, yeah, Benjamin Park. I highly recommend both the books. I think the second one, like both of them, might be free on Audible. Actually, might be part of the Audible Plus catalog. So if you're seriously interested in Mormon history, both of these I would recommend. They're in part not as critical as I wish them to be, but they're definitely up to what I would call historian standards. They're not like propaganda. Is my point. Oh yeah, yeah. You're a laymanite, also. And yes, I agree, Ori. Like the Scientology is incredibly fascinating in that regard. That it sort of like starts around that like weird time when psychology becomes a thing. You start with Freud, and then you have Jung, who kind of puts all his like weird sort of proto-Nazi Aryan racist thought into it, and his misunderstood Nietzsche and stuff like that. But around like 1940 something, it has a some men have realized that if men talk about their problems, it might actually make some of those problems be less problematic. So psychology gets sort of accepted as like the new super weapon when it comes to making humans feel better in a way that right now everyone's talking about AI, and then there was like neuroscience. We kind of jump like in like public perception from like one sort of science, one discipline or subject to another, and in like the late 40s, like throughout the 30s all the way to the 50s, early 50s, before like nuclear stuff, before everything gets nuclear, we have this moment where like psychology adjacent or psychologically sounding things seem to be the thing, the discipline that will solve all problems. It's sort of like the stuff when you have books like The Morning of the Magicians, which sort of like go into like the more ESP bullshit kind of conspiracy bull crap. But it's sort of like when everyone believes in that stuff, and that's when L. Ron Hubbard starts with his like Dianetics and then moves it over into Scientology, and that's why it's so accessible, like why it's so successful at the time, because you have that climate where people believe that just talking about problems will make them go away, and we can just like look at problems in our past, and by finding out about them and then solving them in a conversation, we can become like superhumans because we can unlock all that like secret power of the brain. And in that way, I would say Scientology is different from like 1980s New Age, where there's like a weirder, more like mystical sort of element to it. But I would agree with Ori that yes, Scientology tells you a lot about like the second half of the 20th century just by the way it kind of does stuff. Yeah, it's of course it's psychoanalysis in a way, Pressfire, but like I think I like to just like make sure that like people understand that a lot of psychoanalysis is just the realization that men can talk about their problems and it might actually solve stuff, because it's something that we have still not actually figured out as dudes, often at least. Yeah, see you around also. Thanks for hanging out, and keep driving. Of course, it is a load of shit. That's not the point either. Oh, by the way, either have you read The Circumference of the World by Lavi Tidar? I have to ask. You might enjoy that one. Hey, biggest, how you doing? You missed a lot of conversation about communism and socialism and what's wrong with the world and stuff. Um, I hope you didn't die too often in Elden Ring, though. Wow. Wait. Haven't we gone for like 3 hours now? So here's an interesting thing. We might lose an hour in this in a bit, because I think is tonight when Europe changes like time zones. Yes, the circumference of the world by Lavi Tidar from last year. It does maybe not talk about Scientology at all. And in general, you should definitely go and read Lavi Tidar. That's something I would highly recommend. I think Ori might back me up on that one. Possibly Biggest Bad as well. Um, well, as for the talking about problem stuff, Ida, I think there's a difference there between sort of like this weird toxically masculine stoicism, which means like not talking about anything ever, and the way you talk about problems, because there are, of course, and I agree with that. There are ways of talking about problems that will not um, make them go away, but make them more persistent. Both things are true, which is why you should not go to a Jungian psychologist to talk about your problems, because that shit don't work. That's a large basket, either. Luckily, I have nothing in my Amazon basket, I think. It's not a deer, it's a moose marionette. And now I have just like taken out one of its antlers. It also has a monkey that is riding it. Yeah, I see that with the idea of like having to pay. Yeah. I think the issue is that like for a long time, and like all the way up to like the way I grew up, right? It's like the idea of like dudes talking about problems to their friends even was sort of like frowned upon because it's like it's not manly to talk about your problems, so you just don't talk about it to anyone. And while you may not go to a psychotherapist or whatever, but like the the advent of psychotherapy and the advent of that whole idea of psychoanalysis, the idea that you can actually talk about your problems to anyone is sort of like the big step, I would say. Because even if the person you're talking to is not a trained psychotherapist, but just a friend, you're still talking about it. You're still kind of working shit out. And and that was like, depending on how you grew up, especially I guess as a man, I'm obviously I can't speak for women in that case, but like that was already like a huge step. Um, so yeah, the idea that talking about problems does sometimes make them better, depending on who you talk to and like what you do with it, I think was a big deal because it did actually work for people, and that sort of opened that idea that like we can solve everything by talking about it. It's like obviously you can't, but yeah, it's a one antlered moose for now. That moose was like I think a birthday present for my sister. Obviously, I'm really bad at playing with marionettes, so I can't do anything with that moose except like having it hang there. But it's still a moose. The arch enemy of small Mercedes cars, which is good enough. It's like an anti-capitalist moose in that regard, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like yes, the theory is sound, and when you go back to like the 1930s and 1940s, that's sort of like where people realize that there is a theory about that, because before that it just wasn't there. And that kind of leads to that whole idea that like, wow, if we only if we only do something for our minds, maybe we'll get like superpowers. And that's sort of where stuff like Scientology kind of goes in. And because of the way that psychoanalysis and psychotherapy and psychology are sciences, it's part of like why it is something that the science fiction crowd kind of jumps on, because it's like, hey, we have something that now has scientific terminology, so it's science, right? And maybe we'll get superpowers, so it's fiction, right? So we get like science fiction being all about psychology and like superpowers of the mind during that time. Then like this, like from like the late 50s onwards, it's all about like atomic toothbrushes and shit like that, because suddenly like the atom is the thing that everyone is excited about. And Then it's like the 1980s, and suddenly it's like all AI and digital stuff and fear of Japan, because we also need to keep our racism in our science fiction. I've had moose goulash. We have like a Swedish restaurant in our town, and like it run by a Swedish guy, and he sometimes comes back from Sweden with like a truckload of moose flesh and then moose meat, and then you get like moose and goulash. And it's really tasty with like a lot of like different like mushrooms in it, and it's good. But that's the thing, right, Ori? It's like all about like unlocking that full potential, and like I've read Morning of the Magicians, and it's such a weird book because it's like half conspiracy theory, half like weird new age stuff, half just like weird phantasmagorical sci-fi dream. It's weird shit, but like it had a huge impact on that kind of crowd back at that time. So it's an interesting document. And yeah, then we kind of fall back to that in like the 1980s with like the new age version where we're like, well, we're actually not coming up with like stuff we didn't know. Now we're rediscovering stuff that was there, the knowledge of the ancients, and stuff when we were still like discovering like our our inner female, and we're all going back to fucking Margaret Murray and stuff. And what's her name? Gimbutas. Keep forgetting her first name. Anyway, it's interesting to see sort of like how like each like more or less decade sort of has like their own like sort of dream ideal that we're all sort of like wish was real, and some people try to make it real, and how that influences fantasy and science fiction genre at the same time. It's like, why you get your Mists of Avalon in the 1980s, which is sort of like when that Wicca meets sort of like primordial female wisdom meets second wave feminism kind of thing turns into like a fantasy novel. And in the 50s, you have all these like mind power stuff coming from like that psychoanalysis meets some, well, sort of maybe up to a point, sort of like a turning away from just mechanized stuff, which definitely made like the Second World War such a nightmare in a lot of ways. How like each decade is sort of like always filled by this combination of like whatever technology is currently the thing that we're afraid of because or disappointed by because it kind of failed our hopes in the last decade, and we combine that with like the new hot thing that might be the future, and we kind of build this like weird hope out of it. And it leads to, on the one hand, like sort of like weird religions and cults and whatnot, and on the other hand it leads to a lot of interesting genre fiction, which makes me afraid of like the next decade when we all have to learn about like AI assisted alpha male muscle building or whatever. Yeah, true, the manifesting stuff. But isn't that like last decade? Isn't like the what's it called? It's not called The Secret, but you know what I mean. That one documentary book about like manifesting. I always want to call it like The Secret. It's not The Secret because it always makes me think of the Secret Doctrine, which is of course the Blavatsky book, but it's called something like that. And it's like I feel like the manifesting thing is more like a 2010s thing and not like a 2020s thing. I feel like AI driven alpha males is sort of like the the terrible result of the 2020s, which is frightening, I think. that's the secret. Okay. I got confused there for a while. Yeah. Now, as I said, like I think that's more like a 2010 thing. Now they're like in 2024, I think we have to live with the AI-driven alpha males taking over, which is scary, and also doesn't make for like good dialogue. Unfortunately, I feel like the manifesting stuff you can do something with, but like a Chat GPT version of Andrew Tate does not sound like good prose. Is my point. So I guess we should avoid that. Yet another reason why we should all read like recent Hugo Award winning, way too blatantly queer fiction, because at least it's not that. See, that's the future. Either it's like you have AI-driven alpha males texting AI-driven girlfriends, and it's just like the internet is doing like all our relationship problems for us, and I guess it leads to less domestic violence, which may be a good thing. I have no idea what will happen afterwards, though. Wait, welcome back, Joe. I guess you you went over your domestic duties and got like lunch, I guess, with your kid, looking at time and stuff. Yeah, we were just talking about how I would I claim that the disillusion with the last decade's technology and the hope for next decade's technology sort of are where those two things overlap is where current science fiction is usually at, or often at, and not necessarily in a good way. Oh, hey, that's cool. I haven't read that novelette. I expect it to be really cool because if he's your former college roommate, he's obviously a cool guy. So I assume it was a good story. So yeah, I haven't read it because where was it published? How would I ever have access to it? Locus, okay. Well, look, you've been closer to Hugo Award-winning authors than I have, so I guess yeah, that makes you famous, man. Also, it sounds like an interesting concept to have like a anyone meet a superhero in the gym because yeah, when do superheroes work out and where do they work out? I mean, I've been going to the gym like every day for the last couple of weeks, unless I'm hiding from the Greek riot police and stuff. So and I haven't met any superheroes. Is my point. Oh, uncanny, nice. I will check that one out. No, I didn't know you were gone. But are you shocked that we're still here? We're talking about the fact that I have not yet met any superheroes at the gym. All I do at the gym is listen to Terra Ignota audiobooks. Yeah, that I know of. I don't talk to anyone at the gym. Is my point. I look, if superheroes want to meet me, they have to talk to me. Is my point. It's the least they can do. Although I had a conversation in the locker room about like my shirt and whether I like heavy metal or modern metal and stuff like that. So maybe that was a superhero. I don't know. If superheroes listen to Judas Priest, I guess I meet superheroes at the gym. What with Rob Halford being gay, I guess I'm getting as close to like queer superheroes as I can get with like people talking about Judas Priest to be at the gym. But yeah, that's cool meeting like the guy that poses for your covers. I mean, does that feel awkward to meet the guy that gets turned into Rohan? I mean, just out of interest, I assume he doesn't look like the actual cover, but it's more like for like the pose and the stuff. So I was like, does that feel weird? That's another question, Joe. I don't think they're like true heroes if they don't listen to Judas Priest. That's a very 21st century definition of meeting, though, Daniel. So that makes sense. Now I was just like wondering, like, how that feels to see like the person that then gets turned into like an artwork. How that feels, because I'm not an, obviously I'm not an artist, by any stretch of the imagination. So he's like a bodybuilder, or what's his like? But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I never thought about the fact that, like, for some cover artworks, you have someone posing for them. But then I've never needed like a cover artist or a cover artwork or anyone posing for one. Because when I ordered like cover artworks for like heavy metal albums or whatever that I published on the label, it was like, yeah, we want a zombie head. Can you do something about that? It's like, you don't want to meet the guy that's posing for the zombie head, do you? Yeah, that is very, very detailed to get like a custom photo shoot and everything. Yeah, that's very detailed to get like a custom photo shoot and everything. I mean, but that's like the thing, right? It's like you're definitely going like the extra mile when it comes to like your book production in that regard, which is something I appreciate. Because like I wouldn't do that. Well, that's like the thing. Like Michael Whelan is like I follow Michael Whelan on Blue Sky, and I just like appreciate like how he just like posts like one of his old pictures every day and explains like where it comes from and like his thought process in doing that. And I was like, I appreciate that because Michael Whelan is probably the guy whose artwork I have on the most T-shirts because I have like five different Zero Angle shirts, I think. And all of them have like different Michael Whelan paintings of Elric on them. So yeah, but I appreciate like just like how he's like his account is like doing all this like, yeah, and this is what I've thought about like why I was doing this and stuff like that. Nice. As for the Dresden Files, I will not say anything because I'm a man of taste and restraint, I guess. Yeah, like I mean, Michael Whelan is like the like one of the like top three sort of like fantasy, like especially when it comes to like classic fantasy covers. It's like it's like it's for Zeta for like Conan stuff. It's Whalen for Elric stuff and someone else, I suppose. The talking guy. Wait, isn't Dresden wear like a fedora in some books? Or am I misremembering that? Because like, gods, those were terrible books. I mean, he's wearing his duster. I thought he also was wearing a hat. Yeah, like Waylon has done like anything, like everything. He's like that guy has like been like on like so many insanely important and impressive like book covers, album covers, and everything for like the last 50 years. It's very impressive. Yeah, I mean the like a pre-made cover might work. Like I think like with artists is like so much of this is about like if you know someone who can do this kind of stuff. Like I like through the record label stuff, I know a bunch of people who do cover artworks and they're, reliable people that sort of like get me. At least they do kind of get my attention when it comes to heavy metal stuff. Yeah, he does have a staff. He has like a blasting rod and like another staff, I think. Whatever. But yeah, like I think like with artists is like so often it's like you gotta, sort of like trust them that they understand the vibe you're going for. And if pre-made covers work, then I mean, yeah. That's the thing, like that I saw you like looking for like beta readers or like whatever reviewers for your book, and I did not apply because I'm always careful to not apply to not read books of people I know. At least not if they expect like reviews, because I don't know if I can do that. Like I'll happily read stuff, but I'm always scared that if I get too critical about something, it will be, taken the wrong way. Because I have like a very, very specific taste about stuff. Yeah, but okay, that I get with like the scammers, like the people I asked for covers for like artwork for heavy metal. So I was like, are people I kind of know or someone that I know knows, and they're not, advertising on like Fiverr or whatever. They're like people that someone goes like, hey, you gotta ask my friend Chris, and then I'll just message them, and they go like, yeah, well, I can do it like next week or whatever. And they're like a tattoo artist that also do artwork from time to time. It's like they're not the kind. It's sort of like the sort of like word of mouth kind of getting people. But I think that's like part of it is right, that you kind of need to know people, and that kind of gets you the connections. A blasting rod, yeah. Yeah, look, Teddy, there is a lot of sexual innuendo in the Dresden Files, and most of it is not very innuending, to put it mildly. Yeah, well, yeah. Who doesn't, Joe? Who doesn't? We all want for Zeta to be resurrected. Oh, I'm going to read it. And I'm going to talk to you about it, but I always like I don't do reviews anyway because I don't think I'm the kind of person who does reviews in the hey, go buy this book, whatever. It's like I I feel like I talk about books that I want to talk about, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether I enjoy the book or not. Like if it's worth talking about, I'll talk about it. And if I think it's worth talking about, I also think it's worth reading. But that's like me having like this weird thing where I don't just read for like having a good time, which I think is a valid way of doing it. It's just like not how I do stuff. But I think it makes me very unsuited to do the kind of like reviews that people do on BookTube. Like people doing like spoiler-free reviews for like book 3 of a series that was published like 10 years ago. It's like who need like seriously, like who needs a spoiler-free review of like The Fires of Heaven in 2024? It's like no. Stop it. It's not worth it. And I think it's one of the things I want to talk about in detail at some point, like the difference between like a customer review that is about like would you like to buy this book or not, and having like a uh w- okay, here's like a language thing. In German, you have a difference between a like the English word review, which is very much like the customer review kind of thing, and then there's the like coming from the Latin word recension. And that's sort of like a more like what you might call literary criticism, what you would get in like a journal or like a newspaper or like something that looks at like the plot and does not care about spoilers, but goes like through the entire like more like literary criticism. And I think because we have two words for that, it allows a distinction that is kind of lost in English when people go like, I do a review. Um, that might be important. And like it's just like how languages work, because on the other hand, you have like stuff in German we have like one word for Himmel, which is both like heaven and sky. And those are different things in English. In German, they're not. You have to like sort of get that stuff from context. But you can't do that with like, online reviews where you can't explain in, the title of like, I'm doing a review. You can't explain whether you're doing like a customer review or literary criticism or whatever. Yeah, yeah, that's what I do as well, you guys. Like I watch reviews and or read reviews of like music or the books of stuff that I know already, so I can either like agree or disagree with the person violently. It's like either both I do to kind of soothe my ego. It's like either I'm like, well, that guy was right because he agrees with me, or like, what an idiot, he does not agree with my take. Hey, Bretton, you're back. Wait, is church over? What kind of service are you running over there? Just saying. Sorry, I didn't want to insult your specific form of religion. I was just like, I'm Catholic. We do a mass. We do a mass. We're putting the massive into no, the other way around. You know what I mean? I think the issue there, Danielle, with the spoiler culture thing is the idea that you can do product reviews for art the same way you can do that for like any other commodity, and that's just not how that works. Because like if I want like product reviews of say like any household appliance like a washing machine, like right, there's a bunch of things I want to know. And those things, having like other customers' experiences with that, can help me decide what to buy. But because art is so personal, and art, like the way like art reception is so very personal, the same way of doing a customer review doesn't work, because art, while being sold as a commodity, is never just a commodity. So that whole idea just doesn't work. But we still kind of put it into that sort of framework, and that's like part of the problem, I think. Yeah. Wait, does that mean like, wow, he's come back? Resurrection has happened. Like, see, that's the thing. Is like, it's not church if no one is like waving around frankincense and no one's singing in Latin. No transubstantiation, no fucking church. Sorry, my inner Catholic is coming through. But I just look at the time. It's like 20 to 1 where I'm at, and I'm out of beer. You're right, Joe. It's all right. Where's Rosetta? Yeah, definitely missed. No, it's like 20 to 1, and I'm out of beer. I could go back to the fridge and get another beer. That's like nothing. It's like 90 minutes at least. I have to admit that like they're not very crunchy though, those crackers, Matt. They're Matty Groves. They're not that crunchy. Yeah. No. Resurrection sucks for most people, I guess. I guess the question is, are we ending this now, or should I get like another beer? Because this one's empty, and I brought myself 4 beers for the conversation, and that I didn't get another one. I'll leave this up to you, and but I mean, I got nothing to do tomorrow. Is my point. That's interesting, Daniel. Now here we like Catholics here have wafers, like the classic communion wafers, but the host, but you don't get wine. Only the priest and potentially altar boys and a deacon, if he's there, gets wine. Everyone else just only gets the bread. And if you move further to the east, they still have mouth communion, which means you go down on your knees, you open your mouth, and the priest puts the communion wafer right in your mouth, on your tongue. Yeah, happy Easter. He has returned. No, either. I'm so sorry that you're out of cider. All right, I'll get myself one final beer, and that's it's all I can do for now. I guess I'll be back in a minute. Entertain yourselves. Uh, don't write fan fiction about me stripping because you don't want to see that. Trust me. You don't want to read about it either. Well, that's tomorrow's rafts problems, I suspect. Right, let me check. We're still good. Very good. All right, here we go. What's the wandering in about? Because I have no idea. I just always like whenever I go like on say Audible and select fantasy, that's like the number one pick is like the wandering in, and there's like part 20 something or whatever, and I'm like, I'm suspicious of anything that has like more than like 10 books, unless it is Discworld. That's my point. Oh, Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell is a really good book. I enjoyed it. It's also very slow and it has a very boring part in the middle. But if you like Regency style stuff, if you like your Jane Austen and things like that, then it's a really interesting book. And yeah, it's very slow, is my point. But I enjoyed it. Transubstantiation, yeah, it is super freaky. Um, uh, but yeah, It's the, the theology part that, like, the idea that you're actually, eating the flesh of Jesus Christ. Makes it kind of clear that we're actually in a cannibalist cult. If you're, well, if you're Christian, I guess. Well, if you love Jane Austen, I guess you will have fun with Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. It's just like, as I said, like, it's very slow. It does have that like weird sort of level of whimsy. That's sort of like the thing we associate with Britain if we ignore all the, all the racism, all the fascism, all the like willfully running your country into the ground kind of thing that is, going on right now. But it's like that weird, like whimsical part of like British identity kind of thing kind of comes through in Jonathan Strange very well. Plus, scary fairies, and we all like fairies that are not just sexy but also kind of dangerous. At least I do. Yeah, it's got like, I don't know, 800, 900 pages, I think. It's a pretty big book. You're on to something there, Teddy. Severian telling you that he remembers everything is interesting. He is the quintessential unreliable narrator. On the other hand, he does still tell you some important things right at the start. So yeah, that first chapter kind of spoils the rest of the story if you pay attention, but you don't have to. I just really love it. It's really cool, and I don't know. Gene Wolfe is one of those authors that just like speak to me in a lot of ways and make me very happy. Because they make me feel smart, and I'm obviously a very insecure kind of guy, and books that make me feel smart make me feel happy, which is why I'm right now so happy that I started Foucault's Pendulum by Umberto Eco today, and I knew the first like two epigraphs. I knew the epigraph, like the thing he's quoting, and I knew the author that he's quoting. I'm like, wow, I'm smart. I've read New Atlantis by Francis Bacon, and I know who Johannes Reuchlin is, which is a non-Jewish German author, one of the first non-Jewish German authors in the 15th century who wrote about Kabbalistic texts and tried to make the Kabbalah accessible to non-Hebrew reading or speaking people. And he got like accused of all the things that anti-Semites would accuse people that try to read Hebrew in the 15th century. So it's interesting, kind of character that comes up a lot if you're into like Reformation history and early modern German history. And there's a quote from one of his like fundamentals of Kabbalah kind of text is the epigraph for the second chapter of Foucault's Pendulum, and just knowing who that guy is just made me feel very smart, and that made me feel very happy, and not feel like a full, like, complete failure, I guess. Britain. You want to read Terra Ignota by Ada Palmer. It does involve both the Iliad and the Odyssey. You want to avoid Ilium and Olympus by Dan Simmons because it's mostly just like misogyny, Islamophobia, and him being a massive dickhead. But there's a lot of different books that have either Shakespeare or the Odyssey or both and other stuff. Also, since when is fucking Homer part of your culture? Yeah, that's a good question, Britton. I think like Wolf being Catholic does maybe make some things more accessible to me or more understandable in the same way that Tolkien was Catholic, and I kind of well, that's like the other part. Like, not that I'm a Catholic person, like just because I'm baptized now, like First Communion doesn't mean like I'm a Catholic person. But as I said, I studied like medieval history, and one of the first like term papers I had to hand in at university during my bachelor's was on the um, the heresy part, the paragraphs on heresy in the canon law decided during the Fourth Lateran Council in 1200 something by Pope Innocent III, and how that kind of dealt differently with Waldensian and Cathar heresy and how that kind of ties together. So even as a non-believing person, I've spent a lot of time reading through Catholic theology, so I'm very used to a lot of that stuff. And I appreciate just like the way it kind of ties back to Roman law and tries to apply Roman law to uh, post-Roman society in a lot of ways, and ties in the church law into that. It's a really interesting sort of like combination if you're interested in Roman law and those weird topics like that. Piranesi is really cool. Um, Ida, have you read the Library of Babel by Borges? Because I think that's like one that is like a huge influence on Piranesi. Um, Matty, I'm not sure. Sorry, I just can't get over you being called Matthew Groves because you know of the song, and we talked about that before. Anyway, my point is, Severian is unreliable. He's not the most unreliable narrator I've ever had, but because he constantly insists on being absolutely reliable, kind of makes it sort of like natural to kind of talk about his unreliability, because he constantly was like, "Yeah, I remember everything except for this thing that I can't remember, and this thing I can't remember, and this thing I have no memory of." And I'm like, "Yeah," it kind of rubs it in. I think it's like part of what makes that like emphasis on his unreliability such a big deal, because he does very explicitly tell you that he's reliable while also telling you that he's unreliable. There's other like narrators that are more subtle about that, including other Gene Wolfe novels and Gene Wolfe narrators. I really should reread the Wizard Knight thing, because I really enjoyed it, and not that many people talk about it, and it's like just a really fascinating kind of mashup of like Norse mythology and Arthurian legend in interesting ways. Plus, it has a flying talking dog, and that's that alone is reason enough to read the book, I guess. Yeah, it's true. Um, yeah, you're right. I think I think that's like that kind of the point, right, Matty? Is like he's unreliable, but the unreliability of Severian is kind of part of the way it's told. Whereas if there's like books you read with a first person narrator and people just like trust them implicitly. And Wolf makes it very clear that you can't trust Severian, which is why people talk about the unreliable narrator with Book of the New Sun, and they don't necessarily talk about it with say the Malazan Book of the Fallen, which is technically a first person narration by someone. So yeah, just like putting it in there, it kind of constantly keeps you guessing about that stuff. The Bible definitely shows up a lot in science fiction. I'll just say that. Um, sorry, I get confused either. What do you mean, like the library or something? Did I say something and I kind of forgot it because I'm an idiot, or did I just overlook something in the chat there? Yeah, the Odyssey has been dealt with a lot in fantasy and science fiction and other media. It's all over the place. It's just like not always about like that one dude. It's like I said, like both the Iliad and the Odyssey and the Bible and a lot of other stuff shows up in say Terra Ignota. Dan Simmons does play with the Odyssey and the Iliad in Ilium and Olympus. I just don't recommend reading that because both books are absolute shite. Because he gets hung up on his like weird postmodernism sucks, and we all need to return to like college professors getting to bang Helen of Troy because apparently that's important. It's just like a bad book, but it's been all over the place for the last 2,000 years, I guess. It's yeah, it's not a pet peeve of mine. Is my point. When you said the end of the Book of the New Sun, Ida, are you talking about after? Are you talking about Citadel of the New Sun, or are you talking about Earth of the New Sun? Because those are very different. I don't hate Dan Simmons. I think Dan Simmons is a worthless human being that is really salty about the fact that people don't just read Shakespeare. He's like fallen into insane Islamophobia, sexism, misogyny, conspiracy thinking, and so forth around somewhere between the Endymion books and the Olympus and Ilium books. And Flashback is basically pure hate speech. It has fucking Day of the Rope Turner Diary references. That's the level of like stuff we're talking about. And to get personal for a second, when Library Ladder said that it's not a political book but a psychological and sociological thriller, he's fucking wrong. He's either willfully ignorant or he's running defense for like Nazi propaganda. and I have no respect for either one. So fuck that guy. Seriously. It's stuff that drives me mad that because Dan Simmons, and let's be real, Dan Simmons drops a lot of like Western canon references. People go like, oh, he must be smart. He's mentioned like fucking he's mentioned romantic poets. He must be smart. It must be good literature. It's like, no, it's fucking not. It's cheap ass bullshit with the fear of the other, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in there that turn into like positive anti-Semitism because we need to fight the Muslims first in that weird Christian Zionism way. It's it's fucking atrocious. No one should believe that Dan Simmons is actually worth reading after maybe Hyperion and that second book from Hyperion. Everything after that is not worth reading. It's not worth your time. Dan Simmons should rot in a pit and die for his fucking hatred towards anything that means progress. Fuck that guy. And fuck anyone running defense for that fucker. All right, here you go. A measured response to anything about Dan Simmons. He's not worth reading. Fuck him. No, man. No, Britain. Not calm down. It's our like that's the point, right? It's like we as science fiction and fantasy fans, because we want to be taken seriously, we crouch in awe of someone who makes fucking literary references all the time. Because we want to be taken seriously. And we're like, oh, he makes all these smart references. It's like, yeah, but he fucking promotes hate speech with that. He promotes hatred all the time. We should stop that. We should call assholes assholes. We should call Nazis Nazis when they're Nazis. It's important. It drives me fucking mad when people go like, this is not a political novel, when it makes fucking Turner Diary references. We're not talking, mildly conservative here, right? We're talking a fucking Nazi book that actually was referenced by people who committed political murders and mass murders. We should stop excusing people who do that. And that's my point. It drives me mad. It literally makes me very, very, very angry. It makes me want to punch people, is my point. And this whole like, let's keep politics out of science fiction and let's keep politics out of fantasy. Like, it doesn't work if people do that crap. Gods. Sorry. It just, annoys me when people do that, because like Dan Simmons tries to kind of tie that all back to like, no one's taking care of like the literary the Western canon. And it's like, people are reading that stuff. Dan, calm down. The West is not dying because there's people with less white skin coming into your country, because people are not evangelical Christians. You can calm down. You can, die peacefully on your porch. No one cares about you. Stop being a racist asshole. But he doesn't. And then there's people going like, well, we gotta support Dan Simmons. He's so smart. He's so educated. He knows so much. He doesn't. He fucking doesn't. He gets shit wrong. He's, oh, God. Sorry. It just, that there's a level of like, people being sycophants because they fear to not be taken seriously. That comes with like people liking Dan Simmons. Just like absolutely drives me mad. Like, be proud of like whatever you read. Don't try to, hold up people just because they, name drop old authors. That's not what makes a book good. It doesn't. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, the ending of Citadel is great when Gene Wolfe, who's a conservative, just let's get this straight, right? Like Gene Wolfe's politics and my politics are very far apart, but I appreciate what he does because he's not a racist asshole. He's definitely sexist in part, but I'm not sure if I can actually attribute that to Gene Wolfe because he always hides behind first-person narrators. So I'll not do that. And then he goes like, "Yo, if you didn't understand it, go back and read it all again." And I'm like, yeah, Gene, that's one of the most arrogant moves ever. But you're right. I read it again and I learned so much more. Anyway, look, as I said, like I have no respect for Dan Simmons. I lost all respect for Dan Simmons, and I hate people going, "Oh, he must be one of the most important people because he knows names." I'm like, yeah, I have read a lot of the books that you quote, and you get him wrong. And the stuff he does, especially in Ilium and Olympus, is just it's misogyny to the max. It's Islamophobia to the max. It's no, it's just really bad. Even beyond just like the politics, it's like bad writing. It sucks. And just because he kind of talks about Homer, and I'm like, yeah, I can talk about Homer. It sucks. Flashback Britain is the worst thing ever. It's like absolutely trash. It's like so bad. It's like if you would put an audiobook of Flashback on YouTube right now, it would get like absolutely demonetized for all the racist bullshit going on in it. It's insane. It just like I don't know. That's like okay to bring it back, and not just me being angry about books or whatever. I think the issue is that because of that sort of like internalized inferiority complex that a lot of like science fiction and fantasy people have, because of that, that sort of like the way that nerds and fantasy fans and whatnot have been treated in real life and in media for like a long time. We've very much internalized that inferiority complex in a lot of ways, and for a lot of people, that leads to us trying to sort of like stretch and grasp for any way of getting some form of legitimacy and clinging to any form of authority because authority could potentially lend us that level of like power and legitimacy. And I think that's dangerous. And it's definitely what, keeps a lot of people going back to Dan Simmons and other authors. It's not just Dan Simmons, like going back to people that project authority just by the way they write, the way, like the things they mention, the way they portray themselves, perform in public and stuff like that. And it's dangerous to go for that just because we want it to be taken seriously. It's like, yeah, no, embrace the nerdist shit you like. Be proud of like, reading Chuck Tingle. I'd rather be, a proud Chuck Tingle fan than I gotta read Dan Simmons to be taken seriously guy. Fuck that. Like seriously. I'd rather have like really interesting have fun reading like queer dinosaur sex than having Dan Simmons explain to me how it is important that middle-aged college professors get to fuck Helen of Troy, and how at the end of the day Islam is to blame for like the death of Earth. That's bullshit. And I think it's important to understand that, and that, like, in a lot of ways, to tie it all back to that whole like stupidity thing, that idea of like critical thinking and subtlety and nuance is kind of playing into that same kind of game. This idea that you're trying to sort of gain a lot of like signifiers of a specific social class by pretending um or by trying to collect like signifiers of certain levels of higher education, or what you understand as higher education, which is sort of like where you deem subtlety or nuance as superior to directness and clarity. And by taking all of that stuff, you lose your honesty, and you lose the thing that actually matters, which is like, being a human, and standing up for the things that you truly believe, and just leaving all of that behind in lieu of something, some sort of like social applause, some social distinction, and for reasons that, like, as I said, like before, like I mentioned, like 30, 40 years of like how nerds, fantasy fans, science fiction fans have been typecast in society, in Western society. Let's be clear about that. Like in Western society, a lot of us are very vulnerable to going down that road and going for that, and falling into that trap. And one of the things that I've learned over the last couple of years, just by hanging out in like more queer spaces and trans spaces and whatnot, is that being proud, like pride. Obviously, I don't want to take that term, but like being proud of who you are without trying to fit in, without trying to gain that like external legitimacy kind of thing, is so much more healthy than trying to do that. Because if you try to do that, you're like easy prey for those people from the right, for those fuckers, for those racists, for those fascists, for those Nazis. And you don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. No one wants to do that. Like, I suspect most people don't want to do that. And I think that's sort of like one of the reasons why I felt so angry about that whole like idea of like, oh, there's queer topics in my science fiction and it's way more than I want, even though I'm like progressive, is once again that like sort of like cringing, crouching towards some imagined mainstream respectability. And yeah, don't do that. Never do that. Fuck that. Be honest about like what you truly believe, and hopefully you believe that everyone is cool, and that kind of stuff is not. God, that one that got kind of intense. Oh yeah, yeah. You go read like Chuck Steiner-Tingle's. They're really good books. Like if you're into queer dinosaur sex, I'm just saying they're really good. And Camp Damascus from last year was a fascinating read. It's just so liberating in a lot of ways, about a group of survivors of a conversion therapy camp going back and just like burning it all down. It's just like, even though I'm straight and everything, was like, I can feel the liberating effect of that kind of book. And I just can't even begin to imagine how it feels for people who are constantly under attack for the sexualities. Like, go read that kind of stuff. Fuck your Homer references at that point. Like, just read the Odyssey. It's a good book. I will not tell you not to read the Odyssey, but I don't know. I think it's important to not bow before that like imagined expectation, because I think most of it is like sort of us internalizing that fear that we're not taking seriously because we like spaceships and swords and dinosaurs or whatever, and trying to cling to anything that sort of like smells of respectability. And respectability never does it. Respectability is as a construct by the people in power, by the structures of power, to keep us adhering to their norms and playing their games. And we should not do that, is my point. No, Britain, I don't think Dan Simmons is a pet peeve. Because a pet peeve is like a personal thing, right? It's like, no, I have very specific objective reasons why Dan Simmons is bad. There's stuff that I personally dislike that it just annoys me personally. Where I'm like, yeah, that's just like me not liking this or not liking that. But Dan Simmons is objectively an Islamophobic, racist, right-wing conspiracy nutcase. And we should not just like tolerate that because he knows about In Search for Lost Time. I can eat madeleines too, is my point. Yeah, Bradbury's cool. Somewhat cool. Anyway, sorry for being somewhat agitated about the whole thing. It just like, I okay, to put this the way I feel about it is like I think every time genre fiction fans, and it's also like a thing that I feel about like when it comes to heavy metal music, which I'm, somewhat into, somewhat sometimes. Every time we try to sort of conform to something and try to claim respectability to get sort of like the approval of the outside, every time we're doing that, we're sort of denying what actually kind of draws us to like the books we like, the music we like, the stuff we like. And I don't know, self-denial for external validation in a field that does not have like a direct economic impact on us because we need to feed our family or whatever, but like just because we want approval is something I don't think we should do. No one should do that. It just like, it causes pain in ways that we don't need because the rest of it is already, enough pressure from like in situations where we can't avoid it, but like why care? No, Britain. I really, really enjoy the Martian Chronicles by Bradbury. No, Britain, you're not problematic. And yes, wow, that's cool. I want to have a new dog. I haven't had a dog for like 8 years now. I miss having a dog, but I want to get my life in order before I get a new dog because it would be irresponsible to have a dog and be as much of a mess as I am right now. Now, okay, like seriously, I just want to make this clear that the fact that like for me this whole idea of just like always cringing back and crouching down and trying to conform to external expectations while also being proud of being nerds, of being geeks, of being fans of like genre fiction or whatever. I just don't like that. And I think we should like leave that behind and just like, you know, I think it's like part of the things that like beyond anything else to go back to like the thing that started this a lot of it all like, and I have no issues with Bookborn as a person, but like the way she starts every video with like, "Hello, nerds!" Like she calls me a nerd. I just want to punch her. Like Why take that term? Why take that name? Why try to do something with it? Just like, I don't know. Magnolia. That's a really cool name for a dog as well, Daniel. Don't name him Triskel? Triskel. I assume he has like all four legs, so probably don't do that. No, don't name him Swastika. I don't approve. They like a local like a local pet shelter had like animal shelter had a dog, and it got adopted before I could get to it. It was named Cambyses this Cambyses the third, and now if you're into like Persian history, you're like, I want to know who actually named a dog Cambyses the third, and a friend of mine who also studied ancient history in Marburg, we were trying to figure out if any of our professors had recently given up their dog, but apparently none of them did. So, yeah. Anyway, that's a very nerdy dog name, and I'm not sure if any of you actually understand why it's so funny. I don't know if I like Leslie from the Nerdy Narrative. I've never watched any of their videos. No, that like I think like the term nerd has been like twisted and tarnished through like so much like weird like sexism in both directions and all kinds of other stuff. It's like, don't use that. It's not something you want to. It's not something you can take back, especially not if you do the kind of videos that people like Bookborn do. It just doesn't work like that. Some things are just like burnt. No, Britain, I was never thrown into any lockers. When I was in school, I was a punk. I was not the kind of person that got thrown into lockers. I was wearing chains and had a mohawk, which I should probably no longer call a mohawk because I was not the kind of person that got thrown into lockers. Yeah, like the reclaiming. I don't know if it works because the term is like the people that used to reclaim the term. That's my point, Matthew. Is like the reclaiming of the term nerd has also been absolutely tainted by levels of like sexism that are insane because of like the way that stuff once like being part of like the people that know about technology and stuff like that got big in like the late 90s, early 2000s, with like, computers becoming even more widely available, the internet becoming a thing and so forth. Suddenly nerds were sort of like the big deal, but that whole like sexist kind of baggage got taken with it. It's like you watch like fucking Big Bang Theory and stuff like that, where the nerds are like on one hand are sort of like the main characters, but they're also like still sort of like the butt of the joke, and it's at the same time like an amazingly sexist like show. And I think that's sort of like the problem that I have with the term nerd is like there's so much baggage and so much stuff that needs to be sort of like untangled. And with like what up nerds, no, I just feel insulted. I'm not a nerd. I'm someone who knows shit. Usually I know shit better than she does, which is its own problem because I don't want to be sexist about it. But like, it's like, I can see where she makes mistakes, and I could probably like give her like citations and footnotes about it, and that puts me in that weird, awkward position where I'm like, I don't know what to do about that. I just feel insulted by someone thinking that they can call me a nerd, and just by calling me a nerd, sort of like establish some sort of community. That's not a spicy take, Britain. I think religion, like the way religion is handled both in fantasy and science fiction, is a huge deal. It's not something I want to breach tonight because, it's already late and everything, but I think a problem is that to write about religion is very difficult because, on the one hand, if you are, as a writer, a religious person, a believing religious person, it's very difficult to write about something other than your own religion without sort of like having emotional conflicts there. And on the other hand, if you're a non-believing, irreligious person, because of all the damage that like organized religion has done to society over the last 2000 something years, it's very difficult to do that in a way that does take religion, organized religion, and the things that religion does structurally does to take those things seriously without injecting, the kind of skepticism that comes natural to someone in our age, with knowing all the things about history that we know these days. I think it's very, very difficult because, once again, it's one of those things that kind of requires sincerity from the author on a very personal level. That's very difficult to sort of step around. So I think I understand why it doesn't actually come up that much. Um, but it's definitely something that annoys me in fantasy and science fiction a lot when people talk about religion and just like get it wrong. Uh, I agree that cats are less work eater, but I want to I want a pet where I can feel like intellectually superior to, and I can't do that with cats. They're usually smarter than me. I want to have a dog that I want a pet that believes that I'm smarter than them, and that means dogs. I have no opinions on the Sandman. I've never read it, obviously. And yes, I know there's like an like whatever they're calling it, audio play, whatever thing, dramatized audio, whatever version of the Sandman. And I know Neil Gaiman's involved, but it's still like in that whole like is audio are audiobooks like reading? And I'm always like sort of arguing with people that don't claim it's reading. And I'm like, yeah, there's a difference because of like the performative way of like how that happens. There's certainly like a change in how you perceive an audiobook compared to like reading a book. Um, I usually get annoyed by people going like, "Oh, listening to audiobooks is not like reading," because most people that do that are all about like counting numbers and becoming better readers by reading more books. Bullshit. But we like when it comes to adapting a graphic novel, a comic book, basically into like any form of audio, you'll lose something. Which is why I haven't, gone to listening to the like radio plays basically of the Sandman. And even if I do, which I may in the future, I would never say I've read the Sandman because I don't think you can't transfer like the meaning of like the graphics of the visuals of like an audio of like a graphic novel into an audiobook, even if you add like sound effects. Those are different media. They do different things, and I know it's a thing I struggled with a lot. Which is a shame because I really want to read. I would love to read the Sandman, but I can't. Yeah, that's kind of the point. You can't do that. Like at least not like have like a more or less full transfer. Which album would I would suggest if I would say this is my kind of metal? Ooh, that's a very good question. Hmm. All right, I would probably right now because I have no like personal connections to any of it. I just absolutely love that album. I would go with like Mythical and Magical by Pagan Altar. It's a weird album. It was mostly written in like the late 70s, but it was recorded in the early 2000s, which you can't hear. And it's incredibly nasal. It's very folky. It's very British folky. It's got like an incredibly sad ballad about a sorcerer being all alone and dying. Yeah, it's my kind of shit. It's my point. And I like, I have like all kinds of other music, like more like 80s glam rock stuff and, the classics. And I'm all over the place, but I think if there's like one album that sort of really explains something that always touches me very deeply, is that one. It's a weird one, though. So don't expect like anything catchy. It's really weird, but I love it. Yeah, exactly. Like, of course, something has to be lost in translation or in like adaptation. It always has to. And like when you just like turn like a written novel into like an audiobook, the loss is oh, it's more like a loss of neutrality because any form of like narration will always add sort of like emphasis. But when you translate or adapt like a graphic novel, you lose one entire dimension. You lose the entire like visual dimension. And you can add like an audible dimension with like sound effects and shit like that, but that's a different dimension. That's a transposition, I guess, in like mathematical terminology. You don't want to listen to the ultimate rap mixtape. Trust me, it's a that would be like a terrible. That would be like a very, very, very bad thing to listen to. Now, like, yeah, but I think to bring it back to that whole like audiobook kind of thing is like the way we kind of turn media into commodities is like it's the Sandman, and suddenly it's just like the Sandman, and the Sandman audio drama and the Sandman graphic novel and the Sandman show are sort of all kind of squished together into the this one like sort of like Sandman property. What a terminology! Like, why would you call it property? Like, you're not John Locke. You shouldn't be John Locke. No one should be John Locke. Um, like you kind of remove all these different expressions in a lot of ways, and because of the way we talk about stuff so often, it's like, have you? So he's like, you know, the Sandman. Everyone's like going, yeah. It's like, so have you read the graphic novel? Have you listened to the audio drama? Have you watched the TV show? Is there a difference? How do you measure these? Why do you measure the difference in a quantitative way, not in a qualitative way? That's sort of like the next step, right? It's like having read the graphic novel is like what's considered to be like the best way to consume it because it is the original way. And having listened to the audio drama or having watched the show is suddenly considered as less in like a quantitative way. And what I would say they're definitely different. I think the idea that we kind of sit back and sort of try to rank it, build this sort of like constant competition, um, is part of like what makes this kind of discourse so awkward. And I do know who I would blame for that. And that's usually Francis Bacon and the Enlightenment. But that might be something we should leave for like the next time we talk about something, because we don't want to go down that road tonight, or I don't want to do that. Because it's almost like 2 a.m. where I'm at. Because yes, we just like shifted in time. My face was last clean shaven in 2016, 2017, 2016. I think it was 2016, roughly. Um, yeah, 2016 was like when I last shaved, and then I just like stopped because I got lazy. And who cares? Um, see, here's the thing. I blame Francis Bacon is a really good shirt. It's even better if you've read Adorno and Horkheimer's Dialectics of Enlightenment. It also works for people that have read Terra Ignota by Ida Palmer. You know, Francis Bacon is the root of all evil, or a lot of evil. All right. Anyways, guys, Um, Daniel, that's very likely. I have not updated anything on Twitter in like forever. Possibly it's still the picture I took like back when I started the account in like 26, 7-ish. I don't know. Look, it's like this. I had a mohawk until I was like 20 years old, and then I stopped I just like shaved it all off and just like let it grow. And then at some point I stopped shaving my beard and just let it all grow. It's like it's me like getting more and more dilapidated and falling into absolute carelessness and ruin. And so I guess that Twitter picture is a document from a better time, sort of, I guess. Anyway, um, that beer is empty, and it's like 1:45 a.m. I should go to sleep. I have I have to create a full-on presentation and paper on Notre Dame Cathedral at some point. No, I'm finishing Britain. We're good. Yes, happy Easter, Ida. That's the way I wanted to say that. And yeah, thanks for having out. It was a lot of fun. I'll try to figure out a way to actually record videos again anytime now. I promise. And then we'll have us some arguments and fights. Because trust me, I am full of angry opinions. But I really appreciated everyone coming out and hanging out for a while. And yeah, it was a good time. I'll see you around very soon. Possibly if Matt does a Sunday pop tomorrow. Otherwise, somewhere on Discord or somewhere else. And thanks. Just like seriously, thanks just like for being there. I do appreciate it a lot. Here we go. It takes forever to actually end these, but yeah. Here we go. See you next time, and thank you so very, very much. And cheers.